Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PACKRUNNERS Grand Final. A little bit interesting. I have a magic box next to me. I'll be solo casting today, but we do bring to you the end of the spear, which will be Blackjack versus Fisher College. Two games that have immensely been anticipated for a great time, a great series, and should be ultimately an amazing matchup between these two teams. For those of you that can't really remember how we got to this point of the game, it was a long way, but we are eventually here with the bracket starting off. I mean, you had to beat a lot of good teams to get to this point of the game, and you have to give credit where credit is due. Good job to either side. Blackjack having obviously a console player, Mingo, on this team. Should be a very exciting time. I'm excited to see what either team brings to the table. Now, lots of Siege kind of left to be played today, and it's an afternoon, so BO5s are always the best to have this early on in the day. I mean, the map's already started, so we're probably going to fly a little bit through our pre-show. For the maps on the board today, we will have Nighthaven Labs, Bank Layer, Border, and Clubhouse, a mix of every single map in the game. The ones that challenge for gunfights, the ones that challenge for verticality, and the type of esports that kind of allow you to take your time and try to soar throughout how it plays out. Both teams have played very well on layers, so I'm excited to see how it plays off. But starting off with Nighthaven Labs, arguably the most balanced map in the game. Excited to see how it will play out. But without further ado, let's get straight into the game because these players have been waiting to get their coverage. Now, starting off with Nighthaven, one of the maps that kind of arguably are a little bit more challenging in terms of getting the wall open, depending on how you want to play it. But knowing how these teams like to play this out, I'm pretty sure I'm already getting word of a disconnect. Give us a second to get these players situated. Seems like we're in for a great time, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. We've gotten our players situated back into the lobby, and we're already back in, and Bomb already finding access into the building, but having to give it up eventually as Jay Guns threatens the entrance with a C4. Now taking the sweet time to try to get in here, but knowing you have Franklin as the IGL, you do really have to be careful with how things will play out in terms of these teams and what they really have in store. Now Bomb sending in this first Candelas to try to establish pressure into Electrical, but as of now, nothing will come up out of it. Second Candela burns through the gate and tries to get the job done here. It will fully blind the player sitting near the electrical door, which means J-Gun's fully blinded. That gun doesn't do a lot of damage, so really has to be careful as they really want possession of this electrical area, and they're not getting it easily whatsoever. Now looking to take possession, but still, nothing comes out of it. Second one comes through with a minute left on the clock here. Somehow J-Guns is still left alive. All of the anchors are still up with just a minute left at a 10 body count. It's a little bit crazy, but Lou finally opens it up and now looks aggressive to try to double down here, but Boots goes down, yet to be finished up, but he has his toe shot from under him as Rush sees floor banging him with that death mark, and Mingo opens it up. No slow starts for him, but Bomb opens it with that shotgun in the close range. Don't mistake it. It'll always be such a hard gunfight to encounter, so a good way to be able to get that job done. Now, Bomb approaching, trying to just slowly seep on in, try to get that gunfight, but still nothing as of now, and somehow he's managed to stay alive this entire time. Question is, what can you do with this time kind of looking to run out and expire on you? Question will be answered if you can get into the site, but Bomb, his teammates are just slowly following around and getting taken care of around him. Looking to win that gunfight, not there as Lou takes care, and the plank goes down. Look to be finished off by a C4, but Lou will take care of it before it's even needed. First round opened up beautifully by BLACKJACK as they're showing us why Nighthaven defense is just superior sometimes when it comes to attacking that site, and you've taken too long to break into it. Fisher College starting off last week with their game, it was a little bit more impressive in terms of how they kind of dealt with the pressure that was being applied firsthand with who they played up against. I mean, the matchup that they had, it wasn't anything short of easy. They continued to fight to the death, and Hakikimori gave them a run for their money. We thought it was going to be clean cut after Fisher kind of swept up that first, but I mean, Hakikimori, they were down a couple of rounds on that second map, and then from there, they came back and struck even harder and won it 7-2. They know what they're doing, and I'm excited to see what happens in this grand final because both of these teams dropped the map in their semis, so there's still a lot of work left to be done here, knowing that you guys have had to scrim VOD review and look to get ahead of your other team. Both teams have had more than enough VOD review to watch each other in this league and throughout other leagues, whether they're competing in Element or not. But the thing with this matchup is you always have so many different moments of individual prowess coming in from individual players, so I'm excited to see how that kind of plays out here. Now Mingo looking, waiting to get aggressive on those two players in storage, giving us that console shake of doom, looking to get a little bit heavy on that uppermost storage door, but in the meantime, Rush will find Jay Guns as he got a little bit carried away and got aggressive, losing that C4 in the pocket quite early on. And 30 seconds in, it's really not the best of starts for these players. They need to be able to save their utility, especially when you're in the basement. You guys want to kind of get that first pick and then peel off the layers, force these attackers to come to you. But doesn't really look like much of that is happening as of now. You're using that snake to find that intel. Dokkaebi and Grim taking the first bans, which means global intel is going to be a little bit on the lower side here, especially since Dokkaebi has had her rework. But, I mean, Snake is that alternative, and his Soliton radar remains up, so you've given him that opportunity to stay up, and you'll just abuse him if you can get rid of these roamers as fast as possible. Boots from the top ropes. Gets the first and opening pick for his team and gets rid of that global intel we were talking about. Has a second gunfight, but that DMR, make no mistake, 2 to the chest and you're down automatically. So, I mean, even staying up here, even if it is in a little bit of a risky position, you still are running down so much time, and these defenders need to start finding their way back to the site. Otherwise, there's going to be nothing left by the time you try to keep that plant from going down. Now, Mingo, the last hope of keeping that pressure from storage up, but it'll crumble apart as he will fall as well, and that just leaves Franklin and Lou somehow being able to find back down to the site. Boots being able to find that pick, but instantly traded out after, and getting picked off from that vert. Lou will fall as well, leaving just Franklin, the IGL, by his lonesome. He might be the leader, but he also is more than capable of clutching out these types of situations for himself. As 2 players crowd the Animus hatch and the others take control of the connector. He'll get rid of that first and get out of dodge while he still can, establishing the real estate that he needs within that site to isolate these players. Being able to hop back in and catch another one at the off angle. Franklin, don't you dare! You've gotten rid of 2 of the bigger options, and now the remaining 2 players are isolated. The planter is going down with very low HP. And you need to be able to just shoot 1 bullet to get rid of that planter. You had the time to isolate, but you stalled, and ultimately that is what causes players to choke in the clutches. But a valiant effort. The fact that you were able to get rid of 2 players with so much verticality established is honestly astonishing. Gets tied up as Fisher strike back with 1. Mingo, honestly, playing a little bit more refreshing in terms of trying to get the job done here, but still at the end of the day, when he fights for those areas of contention, he needs to be able to kind of refire or take the gunfight on, because when it comes to flicking from point A to point B, a mouse 100% beats you in that gunfight. But, I mean, you do have one of the best, if not arguably the best controller player on this game currently in this matchup, which, yeah, it speaks volumes that he can play against keyboard and mouse players, but it also speaks to the kind of advantage that a mouse gives you over a controller. So the gunfight's going to be taken a little bit more on the head, but he has 2 kills to 1 death, so honestly not much to complain about from here. In terms of getting the first pick and losing the first pick, you have to be a little bit more careful, especially if it's a regenerative operator like Azami. J-Gun's also lost that Valk, but now is on an even more important role, playing that Solus. That IO scanner is valuable throughout the entirety of the round. So it really is very important that you keep up most of these players. You saw how they were trying to defend the basement was kind of stretched in as many players as you can, have them occupy as many parts of the map, and try to force as many issues as possible. So by the time these players get towards the site, they start to struggle and kind of get the job done here. Now 30 seconds in, and Franklin looking to take the first gunfight. Mingo playing the same spot, similar to the 90 hall, adjacent to that lounge door. Again, seems to be the same approach of just try to have as many people across the map as possible to draw in these attackers. But the thing about Fisher College is they are always equipped. We have so many different players that are equipped for so many different scenarios, and that prophecy's fulfilled and proven as Rush opens it up and gets rid of Boots, which could be a very big win con later on if these players go for the execute on that storage window, which usually is very hard to contest unless you have a Warden or C4s to kind of pepper down on that area. Now it looks like all of the verticality has been established. Looking to get the job done here. A 4-on-4 as Lou evens it up and looks to take verticality, but has to be careful. Walking on eggshells, especially with the amount of intel that's been granted. I mean, if they've seen you cross, it's a little bit of an issue now. Marm getting a kill on the other side of the map, which means a lot more issues will prevail if you guys cannot get rid of these players. Rush gets rid of Lou, and Now a 2v4. Not much that you can really do in this situation except for get aggressive and try to reestablish the gunfights. And in this case, it's a little bit more problematic in terms of finding these players. Plant looks to go down. Oh, just look up. You'll find it. The question is, did they know there's a Solus on the board? The Planter goes down as Annika is taken care of. Laid to rest next to that shield operator, but Mingo needed to stay alive in this area and just cannot stay alive as long as possible. And Jay Guns kind of blundering that floor bang, but with those metal bars, a little bit cheeky to do with that SMG-11. Now forced to come upstairs and go for that gunfight. Both crosses being held as they're expecting him to kind of come flying up that storage area. Shotgun in the close range. Of course he'll win it compared to a freaking pistol. But Rush will win that gunfight, and Jay Guns gets taken off the board, and look at them go. Beautiful start from either side here. Fisher showing us why they're the champions of being able to clear out these types of attacks, and not really a common play coming out here from Blackjack. I mean, usually you see them get a little bit aggressive with 1-2 players, whether it's Lou, J Guns, or Boots. Sometimes Mingo just grabs on that TCSG and runs around the map, but this gunfight we really haven't been seeing much. It's really been more of a let's all spread around and hope for the best in terms of winning the gunfights, but it doesn't really look like that's been the name of the game. And interesting enough, it isn't really working. They should now be hoping to approach for a 3-all or a 4-2 split. Now, I love to see the Thorn pick. I mean, it could be one of the better, let's say, counters to the shield ops. So much that you can bring with just one operator. A shotgun, a fully automatic secondary, barbed wire that complements your main trap. I mean, it's just a nightmare if you don't drone it out, if you don't have a Brava, a Twitch, or even the frags that locate where they are. Because if you don't drone that out properly, you just kind of screw yourself over. You shoot yourself in the foot. But hopefully they're able to kind of lock in and look for this intel. Because you see Rush hop on that Twitch, but usually that's just for the frags that he goes for. Now, the fact that Mira has stayed up just shows on how the meta's really shifted and how many different operators are more important than the Mira bans nowadays. I mean, if you look on the defending side, you've gotten rid of Cade, Bandit, and a zombie. It really just shows how you want to get rid of those ones. You don't want to allow teams to kind of bandit trick you in the worst case scenario. So to be able to open up all of these breaches with little to no opposition just kind of speaks volumes. You have one hard breacher to go, and you don't have to waste your time on a Thatcher unless you're using him for an execute. I mean, Annika already being able to open up one breach, and now probably looking to get the garage triple and maybe even the connector open if there's time to do it. So, you know what? Those bans are viable, but now it's a matter of how can we get rid of this Mira because they don't have a buck. They don't have somebody to go in below and just shoot below those mirrors, despite both of them being placed on floors that are soft from below. But, I mean, doing well in terms of being able to isolate. There's a Blackbeard behind this Monty, so it won't be lost for Yuta, but Bomb is able to avoid the bomb. The second one goes out and hits Scoo, but look at the amount of real estate they've established. And Rush with the cherry on top gets rid of Blue as well. That's the C4 down, that's most of them, and they've just cleaned house, opening up all of Aqua. 2 players remain, one in IT and the other one looking to take on 3 gunfights at once. Single-handedly, you can't win this many gunfights. A near flawless round, and Rush confirms it. What a round by Fisher to be able to establish so much real estate in a short amount of time. They never saw it coming. The double stack up of the shield opposite Aqua was the perfect idea as it really forced the mistakes. You have the Monty go up and the man with the gun drawn having the Blackbeard behind as well to use just in case. It goes from a 5v5 to a 5v3 and then a 5v2 within a matter of seconds. It's just beautiful team play. Now, an interesting couple of rounds here as Fisher are really showing what it means to know how labs play out, what they want to do here. Interested to see how it'll play out continuously. But, I mean, from a matter of competition, Fisher have decided that the double shield ops work against the team that love the gunfights. And honestly, who would have thought? They're doing it in a very well and constructive way. And I love what I see from both of these teams. I mean, they're both trying to push each other, but right now, I mean, Fisher, they're just so coordinated. They're able to continue to force these mistakes. Starting to get a little bit refreshing when we watch this type of gameplay go on throughout, as this is Fisher's first map, and then following the next, as we saw in the map set, there's a lot left to be played, as Bank is going to be Blackjack's map, their favorites, to be honest. And I can agree. I mean, I've watched them on Bank, and it's a refreshing team to watch, followed by Layer, Border, and Clubhouse. So these games will be nothing short of cinema. Now bomb. Oh no. Oh, the fundamentals are what will kill you. Jay Guns gets rid of the shield op with, oh, the gas pipe hops out and gets rid of Annika. Pivotal positions taken care of so fast, but a refrag is reestablished as you've gotten rid of Jay Guns, closing down that deficit to one body, but still those two bodies are going to come back to haunt you. Especially if you didn't get that breach open. I mean, Ace, yes, is viable, but you need Monty to have that space. But luckily, Annika did get that job done. One player looking on Rafters, and really needs to get rid of that one player. Scoob is giving the active pings here, but still, regardless, it really looks like Lou doesn't care and wants to get more aggressive here. And Franklin as well, just playing so aggressive, just playing ring around the rosy to make sure he's not static in one spot, but the Monty doubling up and finally getting that kill. In the meantime, Boots gets rid of Rush, and we're right back where we started, a one-man deficit, but just subtract one from either side. Marm still outside of that IT breach, now having to worry less about that player that sits on Rafters. Scoob doing God's work and being able to establish all of this real estate to get in, and has to look for those prism traps. One that's kind of snuck out through sight, and can't really get rid of it unless you have to ADS to force it. And finally, this is the Blackjack we know of. Bingo strikes with the first and the second. Quick and easy to get that job done, and they finally close down that gap. It's not looking too hard to bring through. They need one more round to tie it up, and the 3-all prophecy will be fulfilled. What we're seeing from both of these teams is honestly nothing short of refreshing. I mean, I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. Both of these teams know what they're doing. They know how they want to fight out, when they want to fight out, and I mean, it's the reason why this game will always be nothing short of cinema. This is Fisher's map, and they're starting off on the lesser preferred side of Nighthaven. So the second they get to switch on to their defense, will they play better? That was a question that we were asking last week in their semifinal. That wasn't really answered because Fisher looked more confident on the lesser preferred side of map. So I feel like we can't really determine anything until we see how they play on either side. As we head down to the basement, curious as to see if they'll change up their approach to how they set it up, or if they'll go for the traditional bunker down with one roamer. No one on these teams lagging behind too heavily. You have the 2 and 5s and the 2 and 4s, but nothing that is causes for concern. Usually, there are some players that are kind of dragging it, but I mean, Annika being 0 and 4, I mean, I feel like is still overshadowed by the fact that they've been able to open up all of the breaches and establish so much pressure in the execute that's instantly kind of canceling out. So, I mean, it is a team game at the end of the day, and as Lou's the one that holds upstairs, could have an issue on his hands with the amount of pressure that looks to be amounting in the storage side. And now going over Oh no! Lou almost had Annika dead to rights, but Rush is there. Able to save the day as you really needed to open up that garage. And it has been opened up as now there's still so much time to work with. You've only had 40 seconds into the round, and you've gotten rid of one of the players upstairs. There's still two, but make that one as Rush deletes the head off of Jay Guns. Narrowly escapes death. I don't know how he's managed to make a way out of that. The double shield ops will come through yet again. Now Mingo's already used the C4 and is off site, and that might not be the best. It looks like they're gonna need him soon, but maybe not as Franklin gets rid of bomb first. Annika parked out and just waiting for any defender to make the mistake of running out that bridge to try to reestablish real estate, but Rush losing the position upstairs could completely deny this hold as there's so much left to do, but apparently not. Marm deleting the verticality. Not a gunfight that anybody should be winning, but on Ash for a reason. Absolutely disgusting to get that job done. Now getting in, looking to take another gunfight, but Boots gets rid of Annika, but the plant looks to go down regardless. Boots goes big again, gets rid of that Monty, but it doesn't matter. Marm goes big with 3. What a round. I mean, 4-2 for Fisher on the attacking side of Nighthaven. I mean, I have to take a look at that again. I need to look at that gunfight on the vert. I mean, the fact is, they fought back so well. They were able to establish so many pivotal spots of the site, but one gunfight decided the remainder of the round. Marm being able to just sweep in and hit a one-tap onto the player on the verticality. Not a gunfight anybody should be winning, but wow. Bandit, obviously, getting rid of first. I mean, seems to follow the same traditional ban phase. Sorry, I was just a little perplexed as to why the timer's not pausing. Looks like since this is a grand final, we will not be doing the halftime pauses as both teams, I mean, I just got pulled into this, so I'm going to assume, don't take my word for it, that both teams agreed prior to us covering the match that there is no 2-minute timeout to talk about what they can do better, which understandable. And now they look to just continue to add on that pressure as you have less time now to confer with your teammates, which could be something that helps and could be something that doesn't. But now that you've lost a player, off to a great start. Actually, no, he stayed in the lobby. Oh, nice. I thought a rehost was on our hands, but Siege is there. They're kind of gracing us as I've been saying. We don't have to restart anything. A matchup that has not disappointed so far. I mean, both teams really looking to take as much from each other as possible. Either side really fighting to the death, and honestly, it's kind of entertaining to see how hungry they are to be able to establish this amount of, let's say, pressure onto the other side. Interested to see how it'll continue to play out. Looks like the player with the TCSG is the main roamer, which honestly such a hilarious idea to see how it's played out. Now, if you guys didn't know, if you go blitz and there's a Solus on the other team, you can detect where the shield is going unless you put it on your back and run with it like a turtle shell throughout the entire map. So as of now, Rushy's able to track Franklin through the entirety of the map as long as his shield is equipped as the primary. Now a minute burned on, and they're starting to look and get hungry to get a pick off. They know there's a roamer, but they just don't know where. As of now, with Snake and Dokkaebi are both banned. No Demos brought. The intel game is not at an all-time minimum, but it is lowered compared to what you can have. Now Goyo getting some shots done here, and Franklin really pushing up. The flash does get put through, and Goyo, you might have a chance to survive, but no! Franklin, that could have been a bad whiff, but team still get that job done. Look at them go. Scoob's gotten rid of Franklin to be able to reestablish some form of lead, some form of hope. You need to keep some of these players alive if you want to have a good execute going, and Boots gets rid of Scoob, which keeps this as a presentful attacking half. Look at them go. They've gotten rid of so much pressure in a near flawless round as BLACKJACK clean house. They'll head back upstairs after winning, or not winning, very convincingly. I mean, they were able to attack it properly, but when it came to defending it, kind of completely switched the plan. So I'm intrigued to see how that'll play out. I mean, hopefully they're able to do something. I mean, they've just gotten completely destroyed in terms of the gunfights. And that is why BLACKJACK is such an intimidating team, just because of how much pressure they can really amount in terms of just their gunfights alone. If they can coordinate in terms of as a full unit, as a team, if Franklin can herd these guys together, they become one of the most terrifying opponents to go up against, considering they've managed to get this far with a controller player on their team and with a little bit of a newer roster going through some changes. Rush. It's always the Azamis getting picked off first, and I mean, kind of detrimental to the terms of the team now that you've lost a regenerative Kiba that kind of restructures the entire map. So let's see how they'll be able to kind of work without it. Now Breach is getting opened up quite easily. Now, if you didn't know that you can do this to be able to kind of detonate a C4 the second that mirror goes off, and you might be able to get rid of the exothermic, and if you get lucky, the player as well. But right now, it looks like no one's going to risk that C4, and the rest of the players look to just get in the building and the job done. What is going on? I mean, we're just letting Boots clean house. Looking to open up rafters as well. 90 seconds left on the clock, and they've opened up all of the rafters in warehouse area. Now it's just a matter of, can we take our time? I mean, Fisher are starting to crumble despite this being their own map. Where is the Marn we saw 2 rounds ago? So it looks like the pressure starting to get to Fisher. Lots of pressure being established onto the site here. It's just about who gets this next pick that really will seal the deal, because you still have 3 C4s on this roster. Anybody that makes the wrong mistake or steps on the wrong area, it's over for them. If you get rid of that Deimos, it's over for them. So many different mistakes can lead to separate issues. And we know these Fisher players are resilient. All they need to do is just win one gunfight. That's exactly what they'll do. Annika gets rid of Franklin, but instantly traded out by Boots as he's opened up the site on a triple. Shot out by the connector mirror that's already been broken. And I told you, it instantly will flip. You need to be coordinated. It needs to be a 3-2-1. Not 5 individuals trying to find kills for themselves that they've been completely ripped apart. One good shot at being able to isolate the player on that CEO desk, but since then, they managed to bring it back. Now Lou, full health, case in hand, and a Grim beat to be able to establish the pressure. Now looking to win a 1v1 to tie it up for his team to try to establish the win lead for the first time in this series. Now the C4 goes wide, but Marm potentially a false audio cue as looking the complete opposite way, and an easy one for Lou, and it's tied up at 4-all. This matchup just isn't disappointing. These teams are going band for band. Looking to continue to go for each other's necks. I mean, each round is in itself demanding of its own, let's say, dynamics. One needs verticality, the other's just straight gunfights. We've seen flawlesses for either side, and that honestly is showing how good either side really is. They'll head back upstairs, as it was very close. I mean, honestly, you have to give credit where credit is due. The fact that they managed to bring back a 5v3 to a 2v1, and unfortunate that Lou just has the ability to be able to just walk in without fear and get that plant down. I mean, that's that roller tourney confidence that gets you in the building that fast. But right now for BLACKJACK, the main idea should be, how can we focus on establishing the lead? How can we completely overtake the other side? How can we force these mistakes? Because the second you solve that, the second you figure that out, you've essentially put yourself in a position where you can establish a lead, you can take the opponent's map, and since we're in a best of 5, it's a question that continues to demand. Now the C4 goes up. It looks like they went for a different approach this time and tried to use the C4 to get rid of that hard breacher, but Jacobs wasn't even near there. Now Scoob is below, looking to get a pick. Still nothing on it at this time. We'd be able to find something here. It's a gunfight that not much can win. Now Mingo now looking to play on the lurch. You can really see him on that nook, but looking for that gunfight. Scoob knifes Lou in the face. What is he doing? Getting that first pick quite easily, dare I say, and that's now unlocked a good majority of the site. And now the players are going to be more focused on the IT pressure. Lou cannot play from below. Mingo looking to lurk. Do the players know that Raptors is in control? No, they don't. J-Guns gets rid of Anika, which does kind of stop the sails of these players, and the C4 is also lost on the vertical aspect, which means there's only one, and it's in the hands of Marm. Needs to be used. Lots left to be played out, but as the time continues to kind of tick down here, it's very important that Franklin doesn't get into Aqua and isolate the gunfight onto the Warden. Might be time to turn on those glasses early. That's exactly what he will do. The shotgun and Scoob doubles up, and there's bomb for 2. The entire site's been opened up. No, it hasn't. Fisher sweep up 4 kills like it was nothing. All a matter of dynamics as a round goes by in the blink of an eye, and they'll reestablish that lead, depriving BLACKJACK of that lead they just so desperately want. Now 1 round away from that match point, and they could be good for it. Fighting neck and neck. Now, if we go back to a deadlock at 5-all, that means we have max regulation on our hands in the first matchup of the series, which honestly is hilarious with how these teams have kind of been playing out. I'm honestly astonished with how much pressure they've been applying. I mean, Blackjack, the rounds that they're supposed to win, they don't, and vice versa. And it goes the same for Fisher, honestly. But the competitive edge is there. Both teams are really calling out the bluffs. And as they look to set up the site of basement, I really hope it's not similar to that first round we saw in the basement where everybody's just kind of off-site and hoping for the best. Intrigued to see how Rush goes for this run out when absolutely is no one here. Maybe a knife to the face. But Silent Maverick looking to be used here now. Boots might have an easy kill. No one has heard this torch. No one even seems to be on this side of the map. Maverick has made a, I don't even know if that fits a person. It's just a, oh wow, that's genius. No, that's actually genius. I've never seen that before. Call me new, call me dumb. That's genius, and I've never seen that before. The verticality is established by a Maverick and a Ram together. Wow, that's something I don't think I had ever seen prior to that. Look at them go. Now using the second boogie drone to establish a good amount of real estate, knowing that there's the pressure on the other side of the map. Now Lou wants to approach Aqua as well, so now you have a three-way hold. Anyone who runs down Cargo, you have Lou. If he goes up Cargo, he can walk in through Aquafall, and then you have two players that play on Raptors and Electrical. Now Boots opens it up onto Rush, and Bomb looks to be the student to fall as well. There's two separate gunfights, but it actually is Annika and Scoob. Absolute disaster. Vertical is just so hard to deal with, especially when you don't have players there. Now Marm, maybe some damage, but not enough to worry about as Lou gets rid of Bomb, now putting them in a 4v1 situation. Can't win the gunfight. Now Marm has to be able to isolate. We'll get it down to a 1v2. Now, where are the remaining players? Jay Guns is very far as they're just going to head right to the site, and Marm needs to know when to drop and how. The frost isn't being held on the hatch, but I can't imagine that stays true for long, as you need to go here and now as, there we go. Get the job done. You need to isolate before that plank goes down because it becomes a pseudo 1v1, but back up to full strength they go. Too easy for Jay Guns as they'll strike right back, and Blackjack get themselves back on the board here. And it's 5 vault. Max regulation is needed to decide the victor of the first map, and you know, if this is Fisher's first pick, it's very, very convincing that this map is going to be a symbol of how long this series will go. I would not be surprised if we went to the 4th or the 5th map. Now, tertiary site will be utilized for these players to try to get that job done here. 1 round shy from the match point regardless of who wins this round, and I would say it's well-deserved for either team. I mean, they've really been going the full mile to get the job done here. I mean, 2 players who really have been standing out to me in terms of the works of Siege, the fundamentals, getting the walls open, playing vert, playing shield ops and such as Franklin and Annika. They might not be an impact in terms of the scoreboard, but they have been a very huge impact on the leaderboard to be able to get themselves into certain areas of the building and establish real estate for their team. It's just something that you cannot teach and you honestly cannot expect from every player. All quiet on the western front as either team just looks to kind of establish a certain area of the map. Now that Razor Blue being shut down here, the Ella trying to walk up, and it is successful. Bomb almost had his head chopped off, but it's good that he survives life, as that's a beautiful way to open it up, especially the Nomad as well. I mean, if you guys didn't know, Gridlock has just received a buff, knowing that she can do so much. So it's good that, honestly, getting rid of the only flank watch allows you to do so much more. No one close. I'm very confused as to what the idea here is, as this is the tertiary site. You need to have warehouse or the bottom of the map kind of held down to play first, and both of those have completely fallen apart. Now Annika, player I was just talking about, opens up and gets rid of Blue after that little moment of quiet in the warehouse area. Now, Lurk could work for Jay Guns to get rid of this player in storage and allow his team to come through and plant. Arm is more focused on the vert, and the question is, do they know that there's just a player lurking here? I mean, it's just a very, very one-dimensional gunfight. They're isolated as of now, and Jay just deletes Marm, shooting the body as well, just to add insult to injury. Now the plant looks to go down. Franklin has literally nothing to worry about. The C4 below is gone. The player above is gone. So he easily just gets that down in a 3v2, as you need to sit in a corner and wait. BLACKJACK establish a good amount of pressure, but hold on! Bomb has the potential to clutch it out to give his team match point. Can you long arm it? What can you go for that doesn't put you at risk here? And it's Mingo that sits close to warehouse. Do you hear the player? You're both at relatively similar HP, and a perfect bait to get the job done. All he has to do here is a stick, or you go straight for that gunfight. And Mingo, do you know? Oh no, Bomb clutches it! He has more than enough time, and Mingo falls apart for his team. Match point is established by Fisher. Nothing that you would have expected in a 1v4 situation. And match point goes to the players on home turf. My God, not something you expect to happen on an everyday basis. What a clutch. And I can only imagine the things that are being said in that call right now. A task that no one expects to happen. But wow, it was performed, and it was performed to a T. Fisher well-deservingly goes to that match point, and are now one round away from tucking away Nighthaven Labs and sending our team over to bank. What a clutch. I honestly never thought in any terms that would happen, but that is how this will play out. And look at them go. Now, Cade did survive the ban phase for BLACKJACK, so a little stubbornness on the breach will arise as Tubaro is also brought, which means this breach might not get opened up at all. They look to trick it, and it's two different sides, as that's the first trick gone. You have 3 attempts to get this right, and your EMPs are gonna start to run low, especially if you run out of them, and they're just still here chilling. Be a little disastrous here, and we hear an Echo Drone from the other side of the map, opening up the connector wall. Almost a TK, but he has a shotgun, guys. He doesn't know. J-Guns opens up electrical. just shotguns Marm in the face. Nothing was expected of the sort, and now they've opened up the site. Electrical C4 goes loose, no connection, it gets stuck on the pipe. And Scoob gets taken care of by Lou. Looks like we might need overtime, ladies and gentlemen, as everything starts to crumble on site. It looks like the domino effect for Fisher is really heavy. They are not able to isolate. By the time you turn on your glasses, you're at a disadvantage, but Bomb, if anyone is to clutch this, it is you, but you're just put in such a bad spot that even you cannot win it. Easy win as we get pushed into OT on our first map. I mean, creative way to get yourself into electrical. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Wow. A round back to back with another round that just screams. Both teams just hate each other at this point. They just continue to go band for band, shot for shot. And somehow we find ourselves at 6-6. Now, a little bit of an interesting pick. I was just looking at that striker. It looks like Jay really just wants to use that general utility and then kind of deviate away from the main strategy of the team and go for a lurk backstab after, whether it's a impact can opener combo or frag stuns. Just kind of go away and get the own thing done here. Now, looking like a good setup, a solid setup here, but for Fisher, man, the main idea has to be just not losing the first pick. It looks like every time they lose that first pick, they don't know how to react, and they lose so much pressure so fast. So hopefully that's something that's addressed in between maps and maybe even on the fly to get themselves this win, because losing your own map on opening a BO5 is just not a great sign. I always find it funny that in the new season, we always see new UI bugs. So if you hold out your C4, if you guys look at the bottom right of your screen, the C4 picture under the mirror icon is just stretched. And that goes for every form of throwable utility, whether it's a flash, stun. It's just hilarious. Now, yep, as I kind of anticipated, you'll have J Guns going for the idea to play on the other side of the map after helping the team out. Rush opens up by getting rid of Mingo, though. It'll be the rest of him for this round, meaning the 4 players on his team will have to cinch it. Otherwise, it'll be match point here for Fisher College. C4, he gets rid of Franklin, and that's a heartbreaker as well. It could be the end of this round, but Lou is the saving grace, and as long as they continue to fight down this path, they might have a chance. Now Lou looking for that gunfight on the vert, but as Bomb does reside in the Aqua area, it's all cement, it's all concrete, and as he is sitting on site as well, he's protected by that reinforcement, so if this Deimos gets a little too close, he might have the mispleasure of being greeted with that shotgun to the face. Rush protecting that mirror. There's so much areas of pressure now. Scoob is able to sacrifice himself for a pick onto J Guns, and he'll now get rid of that striker and the top fragger seen today. Reinforcing off rafters, so much pressure's been given up, so they've realized that this is the time where we peel off and we sit back. Most of us, or all of us, are actually healthy in this situation, and that means it's time to sit back, relax, and just draw the time in. Even though Lou does have the live tracker, it's not like he's below. It's not like you can floor bang him, and with a shotgun at this range, if you don't one-tap headshot him, it's an issue, and there it is. Bomb gets rid of Lou, now just leaving one player, and that one player gets slumped in a second, putting Fisher right on to match point. Now, one more round that could push us to all 15, or will differentiate how the remainder of this game will go. I mean, Fisher kind of need to win their own map. And for Blackjack, the fact that they're pushing the other team this hard is a very good sign. Just needs to be upheld throughout each and every gunfight. Because we see mistakes on either team that does usually cost them the round, so hopefully they continue to keep their foot on the gas all the way through. Angles are being held, no mirrors. Annika just going above the jammer to just open up that bridge, which means there's going to be a little bit of a vault. So any player will hear if a player hops into that IT bridge, which could be an indicator of anyone playing below. But as of now, I don't think that's the main issue. It's the player that sits on the first bench. Now, Blue with a shot onto Rush, one of the players that you need, especially in terms of frags, the operator itself, and amount of positioning, you need that player, and no longer. It could be a big issue and could already decide a lot of issues early on in this game. We saw the domino effect that Fisher gets affected by throughout each round they've had, so hopefully something changes mid-round. Otherwise, it's going to be a matter of time before it's 1-to-1-to-1. C4 looking to go loose here. Now Bomb backs up and Faith Franklin using it perfectly to kind of two birds, one stone, as you've also gotten rid of that jammer that sits close as well. And you see that valve camera, just so much utility in Warehouse being rid of as of now. 90 seconds remain. And I don't know how Franklin managed to make it out alive here, but keeping this power spot. Looks like no one's waiting for him on the vertical area. Otherwise, Mingo would have cleaned that all up. Mingo now could be the win con in this round, as that C4 below in the lurk player that they do not know about. Could be an issue. Blue looks to go big again and try to find another kill, but nothing will be on the board. And finally, you'll have one player discovered. It'll be Mingo. Annika gets rid of Jake Guns and Mingo onto Marm. And Boots opens it up onto Scoop with that C4 going loose. Bomb manages to survive that, but there's a large task at hand. It's a 3v1, and you need to be able to isolate. Otherwise, we're going to 7-all. Not much time left for you, Bomb. You kind of have to walk in. You have your flashes, and that's the most you can do, but the Warden's the biggest problem for you as of now. His whole thing is he can see through everything. Sitting prone. Looks to isolate. Warden getting carried away, and Lou just capitalizes off that shield, pushed off to the side, and all 15 will be needed for the end of this game. Now, for those of you who don't know my co-caster, it's Gas with a Friendly Ghost. I am by myself today. We should have an observer in the next game. It should be the one and only K.Rex to come in to help save me from treating myself like an octopus and prodding, observing, and casting. But I think regardless of what's going on the prod side of things, this game has been nothing short of cinema. Both teams pushing each other to the full-on max. This being Fisher's map as well, having to go 7-7. They need to be able to cinch it. Otherwise, this is the end of this game very, very easily. And then you go on straight to a Blackjack picked map, which could be disastrous for Fisher College. So hopefully they have their heads on straight and they'll play it like the Fisher we know. Otherwise, this could be a little bit of a downfall. the round that dictates the pacing of the entire game. How does it play out? Really just dependent on the first pick, really. Now, if you guys didn't know, there's so many different alternatives to what Scoob just did, but it really just is personal preference and what you have on demand. So, for those of you who want to hold down Raptors as well as possible, I mean, you can do a couple of things. You could bring him a Lucy out on the board and just run out and put it exactly that Barb goes. Or, you could bring a Fenrir and throw it on the overhang barrel all the way up here, and you just have it so when anyone walks through, they get hit by the F, not you swing off that info. Or you could do a combo with a Razor Bloom and Barbed Wire, and anyone who walks through that is just going to get affected by the trap. There's so many different things that you can do on this map. It's always so entertaining. First gunfight seems to be a matter of seconds before it kind of goes down here. Looks to get this job done. Now the players are looking to really break into Raptors, but it's not the way they usually do it. They're playing careful because they know it's a tertiary site now. There was that one blunder where we saw Bomb win a 1v4, but the main ideas right now have been how can we break open that planter area in storage. And as of now, I think it's 2 rounds that BLACKJACK have won on that site and 1 for Fisher College. And Lou opening it up onto Scoob isn't the greatest of positions here as you've gotten rid of that Azami. Rush falling next it. Could be that domino effect we breach. This could be the ending. Bomb rushes up. Blue falls as well. That is that lifeline that you need. Both teams have one player who hit the deck. One in command, one in IT. Both play ring around the rosy. No C4 from Arm to help her teammates. The frag pushes the player out of offices. And Jay Guns will take care of Annika. Not much that you can do in that situation. Now Bomb, the lifeline for the team, needs to be able to win the gunfight. We'll get rid of Franklin, but losing a good chunk of health in the time. One player will be the Overwatch, will be the Halo for the team, but also needs to retrieve the case as Bomb gets out of dodge and going to meet Jay Guns as well. Plays down, but if a player comes from top CEO, it could be an issue here. Marm wins that gunfight, downing the player, and you'll escape. Hitting the deck, Bomb looking to win that gunfight. Will! What a turnaround! Both unhealthy, and they'll cinch it in the last dying seconds of the round. 15 rounds it took to dictate the winner of this game, and it's Fisher. It'll always be Fisher as they get that job done. And they'll head on over to Bank with 1 in their pocket. That was a good game. I didn't expect it to go all the way down to 15 rounds, but I mean, to be able to get your foot on the gas, to be able to deal with adversity mid-game and be able to take your steps further without a 2-minute break was just done absolutely perfect for either side. I didn't think it was going to go to max OT, but here we are. Now, as we get both teams situated, we get my observer into the game. We'll take a quick break. Make sure to follow, sub if you're not, if you're enjoying. Thank you guys for supporting, and we'll be back as soon as possible. I don't know, I listen to that music and I'm always vibing out. I feel like house music's the best way to get this done. But for those of you who missed out, we are doing PACKRUNNERS first season's grand final. And the first one was a barn burner. If you missed it, you missed out. The first map ends out 7-8 in the favor of Fisher College, where they take it at the very last moment. They fought to the death and it paid off. Now they look to set their sights on Bank, where they have a large map ahead of them. This is BLACKJACK's specialty. So a lot left to do. A lot of maps left to be played, and the question is, can they finally pull ahead, or are they going to struggle like they did on that first map? The answers lie as we hop in to Bank. Now that first map was not disappointing in the slightest. As we head on to the second map, where we've seen Mira unbanned. I mean, you talk for a lot. I think the thing solo casting teaches you is if you talk a lot really fast, if you're at 100 the entire time, you'll always struggle near the ending, and not even halfway through. So we'll pace ourselves. It'll teach you how this map is supposedly to play out. Now, knowing these two teams, the amount of traps that are stacked up behind that Mira, I'm quite excited to see how they deal with it, because it's a little bit disastrous when we were on that first map and we saw these teams kind of crumble apart. But let's see how that'll play out. Our team names may be fixed by the next map, but as the players are on strict and tight schedules, we started the BO5 early, and they also want to get out of this series as fast as possible, so it is very important to them that we don't rehost. So we will be sticking to their wishes and honoring said wishes, but as of now, I don't think anything matters as Rush opens it up and gets rid of Lou in 5 seconds. Mingo now looking to establish that pressure on Square, but the biggest issue as of now, getting rid of that player that sits in garage. Annika barely clinging on to life, but looks to isolate, really not moving. And the red pings, you can continue to put as many red pings as you want, but the fact of the matter is, Mina burned off the clock and it looks to stay that way. And it looks like the game has crashed. Nice. There we go. Now J Guns opens it up and gets rid of Annika, and another player as well. It looks like he's just about to fly into garage, gets rid of Scoob as well, but Rush follows it up. It's just DMR Central with these players. Now that one player sits on close of the soft wall, and that's why you have these heddles, is to oppose any player that goes wide on that angle, exactly like that. Now Rush gets rid of the player on the other team who is causing a little bit of an issue. That alleviates the pressure from garage as well, meaning the play that Boots and Franklin wanted to kind of put on the board, which is get in through server, just cannot happen without risking your bodies, knowing you're down on that man advantage. Franklin being Zodo'd off. He tries to get that cluster through, but if you guys didn't know, the way you kind of counter Tabaro before Zodos go down, you can get one cluster through. The second they get on, it's kind of barbecue chicken for you, buddy. You're not going to be able to get into the building in so much time gets gone through. meaning the best course of action is to run in as fast as possible, like Franklin did. But the thing is with that, you're just going to be met with a DMR to the teeth, as now Rush looks to approach his ace. Hungry. Might have it on hand. And there it is. Opening up the first map picked in by BLACKJACK with an ace. Couldn't have asked for it in a better way. Rush gets the job done. When does he not? Heading on into the second round where Fisher go to the drawing board, and they know they cannot drop rounds on the defensive side. The main idea against a team like BLACKJACK that is very aggressive is you just cannot drop rounds. The main idea should be, how can we continue to force the mistakes out of this team without sacrificing our bodies? And that is where it will be the most important. Gotta love the buffering errors sometimes. It's always the fun times where we see there we go, the feed lag on behind, but there we go. As we hop into said game, lots of Siege left to be played, and that's why I like doing BO5s, because it kind of shows you how teams need to pace themselves. There's really no way around it. You need to be able to kind of set yourself up for the long run, otherwise you're going to suffer. You're not going to have the pleasure of being able to sit back, relax, and get these gunfights at your own pace. It's not a BO1, it's not a BO5, and it's not a BO3. I mean, I feel like each and every series has its own set of precautions. With BO3s, I mean, endurance, if you go all the way to the third map, is an issue. BO1s, you only have one map to prove yourself. In BO5s, it is just a long time of Siege unless you 3-0 the other team, which is usually unlikely unless it's an insane power imbalance. Rush opening up first round with an ace. Now the Fisher players look to continue to power up as Scoob burns all of the util on those windows, which is going to be a very big issue to have to deal with later, as Franklin looks to catch him as he goes by, and will do so indeed. I mean, you could have just waited, but it's okay, Scoob. You got rid of the one player, and that one player is so important for your utility. I feel like the one player you never want to get rid of so early on is always the Capitao. Just so much intel, so much utility offered in the earlier stages of that round. Not how J-Guns expected that gunfight to go, as Bomb just takes his face off. 3v4 now, as the issues continue to arise here for BLACKJACK. A team that sometimes gets the slower start, especially with their fragging out players. I mean, it really is an on and off type of team where if two players are performing, the three aren't. If the three players are performing, the two aren't. Last map, it was Franklin and Mingo that weren't performing to the standard that we expected them to, but Lou, Boots, and Jay that were doing a lot better than we expected them to as well. So, again, it just trades out back and forth with how each team looks to play. We'll see how they'll kind of get that job done. To get rid of that play that sits in Janny. Unfortunately, the one and only Rush, who is always that issue for the teams that we see. Rush getting rid of Lou, but instantly traded out again. Mingo, Franklin pair up to get two and leaving it out. Not scared to swing, and that's what makes them great players. Looking to go big, but just cannot capitalize. Annika gets taken care of as well, and that just leaves Bomb by themselves in a point that is between both of these players perfectly. So if you play this correctly, you get rid of the player that doesn't have the case, you can isolate. But Franklin looking to plant C4 remains in the hands of the player. But you waited too long, and they're back up to full strength. The question is, do you know where they planted? Because it looks like it's a little bit of an odd position. The wallbang bomb comes in clutch, but Mingo has enough in the gas tank to establish that lead. Could have been a disaster, but there we go. All we needed to see, and look at them get that job done. Both teams starting to heat up here as we see either side just really forcing each other to make the mistakes that we don't really expect to see in the lower stages of the game. But hopefully there's enough left in the tank for either side to continue to push each other, because I feel like if we can see either team perform to the best of their capabilities, that's when this BO5 starts to heat up. 7-7 in the first game, perfect way to start off a long series, but it needs to be upheld with the continuous gunfights. Otherwise, one team is just going to kind of take that lead, and from there, they're just going to start running with it.
As many bombs as they can.
Now, if the prophecy fulfills itself from the first couple of rounds of Nighthaven Labs, the first two picks will either be the Valk or the Azami funneled in by the Denari field. As the players with the most important or regenerative abilities always fall first, and it's usually that issue that we continue to see. But as we do go to one of those sites that does require a lot of prep work, the lurk is always something that's inevitable on Bank.
Setting up a breaching sequence. Let's cause some chaos.
First pick gets rid of Lou. More intrigued to see how they'll deal with Boots, and it seems like quite easily he'll just beeline it in, completely unaware of the player that sits on the other side of Archives, and Marm follows it up onto Franklin. J Guns needs to get a kill to prevent the flawless, but what's that good for if you've lost the round? Not a round for Blackjack that they want to remember. Needs to be forgotten as fast as possible and moved on to the next. Hopefully you're able to find yourself in a situation where it's not this difficult to continue to force these mistakes. Otherwise, I don't know, Fisher might find 2 maps in a row and the comeback may need to start a little bit later. Now the third and final bans for each side will come through, and the main idea should probably be getting rid of the Snake or the Monty. And to lose a defender of the caliber of either to borrow a trap could be a idea. Those are not the bans I expected in the slightest. I feel like it's the first I've seen Valk banned over a good majority. Over Mira. I mean, there's so many different issues to deal with now that you've left Mira up. Could be a little bit of an issue that you'll see a little bit later on. Goyo was also a shout. I mean, Ace as well, which is understandable, but that also leaves Habana to get all of the hatches open, and when you head on upstairs, it's easy to get on those elevator rappels and get those walls open for the long angles. This is one of the sites that, even if you don't get the main wall open, you have the head holes that you can turn into a full rotate, and then you establish the two-way cross all the way over from the elevator side, so you're not really losing much. So I'm curious as to see how that'll work out. But time continues to run down against Blackjack to find a response or to reestablish some form of dominance. Otherwise, this BO5 might be faster than any of us might have anticipated.
Floor secured. Get ready. I'm
have located a bomb. 10 seconds left before insertion.
This'll rattle them.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Organs ready to leave.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Main idea, having J-Guns on that spear might actually work out in their favor if they're able to find the first pick, but won't even need it. It's actually Mingo to find that, and you won't lose your snake first on like you did on Nighthaven Labs, so could be a gunfight that used to be the better, but the question is, do you have enough intel to know where this player is? But Bomb gives away the location a little bit earlier, but somehow J-Guns doesn't respond, and there's a little bit more health than I would have expected, as you saw the bullets coming in from the upper side, and there's that gunfight, one up by Bomb. I'm really confused on what the plan was there. Hatch is being opened up, and the question is, do they know about Marm lurking here? Because Bomb could just completely give up that area, fall down, and then take the swing of time and continue to force these attackers to look, and there's Marm. The swing on to Luke gets rid of the player that sits on the other side of E1, and that striker could have been very, very useful. And it's starting to shape up to be similar to that last round where we saw so many players fall before it came to the execute, and when it came at that time, there's so much more util on site that you're going to have to deal with. As the first player eats the Aruni gate, it allows Boots safe passage into the site, but the question is, what's he going to do with it? You have Franklin upstairs in open area with the case, which means Boots has one responsibility right now. It's to deal as much damage as possible and weaken the site before Franklin touches down to try to put that plant down, but if he drops the hatch, the intel's going to be given up, and the vert's going to be given up as well. Franklin going up, using those candelas, it'll fall right back down. That's how hatches work, my friend. Boots barely clinging on to life here. You need to get rid of him. Post-plant situation, ring around the rosy as Franklin helps up, get rid of Scoob and Bomb. Beautiful, but you're now in a 1v1. Franklin needs to kind of add as much real estate in between him and that player as possible. By a hair, being able to win it out. Marm rushing to try to win that gunfight, but so much time given out. Could have popped the mirror, could have popped the Goyos to isolate him in that room, but not seen. Blackjack tie it up by a miracle. There's going to be a lot to talk about as we approach closer and closer to the halftime. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think today is Element Day, which means both of these teams have games. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's why these games are being played out so early on. I could be wrong. I don't know what group plays today, so Element does. I think Element does play today, and I know for a fact Akron plays, which could mean that, yeah, it wouldn't make sense for. I'm just thinking right now. No, I don't think so. It could not. It really just depends, I guess. I'm just thinking about the matchups and how the groups are covered. I think it's the group with DZ Academy that play today, which I don't think any of these groups play in Group B. Oh, look at that. Blackjack and Fisher College meet again in 3 days' time in Element. So, I mean, this could be a little bit of the pregame, seen as like a five map scrim before they get to that tier 2 where they need to win each and every round. Otherwise, it's a little bit of an issue. Lou opens it up and gets her to scoop first. Those toxic babes is so important to have, and a little bit of an oddly placed Razor Bloom does a good deal of damage in terms of delaying the time. I mean, it only takes 5 health realistically, but that limping is going to force that player to be a little bit slower to the task, and effect is going to be a very big pain to have to deal with. Now 2 players picking off elevator. Bomb barely escaping death and not even knowing it. Lots of pressure being mounted on to that mid floor, and still no one has fallen yet on those stairs. Surprisingly, it was just Scoob on that first fatality, and is still the rest of his team is up and swinging. Now Scoob taking a good amount of damage in blue and then falling. Yes, a little bit harder to deal with, but there's that pick back, especially on that snake as well. And by somebody standing on top of the table, you disable the Surya gate. It's genius from Rush, as Franklin will fall. And luckily, you've gotten the hatches open, but you haven't gotten that mirror open, which means if you know how those work, you need to either put a Haban or an exothermic to be able to fully walk in. Can openers make you so much more vulnerable. A genius play to be able to reestablish a lead and get rid of such an important player here. Now Annika parking themselves a little bit further into that area and shooting the Candela, but still getting flashed once, which allows Boots to walk in. Annika, the main idea here is just not to peek. You have a C4 to work with, but not going to work out as Boots baits perfectly. And that's the kill onto that player into server, and you get rid of a C4. That's a 2-in-1, but the long range angles are being held, and there are Zotos in the pocket. Ash, do you know there's a player waiting for you to swing? It looks like no, but it's a whiff from Rush that is going to be one to forget, as you really needed to keep that possession. Now Lou is going to fall, but so is Marm. A flank not needed, as it is directly onto the site. That is the bigger issue. Boots needs to drop in and try to get that plant down, which will happen, but oh no! You dropped the case! Just run away, Bob! But again, another blunder! When you make 45 mistakes in one round, it tends to catch up to you. That's exactly what happens. Fisher giving away too many easy bodies, and that eventually gives Blackjack the lead on their home turf 1 round before the halftime.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Deploying magnet. Defense device.
Now, quite an interesting round. I mean, it's the second basement execute we've seen where it really shouldn't favor Blackjack, but somehow, some way it did. And that allows a lot more issues to kind of persist for Fisher College now that they have to go back to the drawing board and talk about a deficit that they may have, whether it's 1 round or 2 in the next upcoming. Could be a little bit of a bigger issue if they can address that faster, because Blackjack's that team that if they get a little bit more of a momentum built up earlier in a game, they'll just take it and run with it, and that's what they did in their playoff games leading up to this one. J-Gun waiting, try to catch somebody lurking, and Jen, he keeps seeing those 2 feet just kind of swift by each and every time. He looked across, but still nothing. Time continues to tick down against these Blackjack players, and they've been playing a lot more patient, and it actually has been paying off, as a lot more Fisher mistakes have been seen in these couple of rounds. They continue to force out these mistakes. Question is, what will you do with the amount of pressure that continues to amount if you lose that first pick? Because Fisher loses the first pick, but they've been able to fight back, which is not like them. It's been a little bit of an issue. Rush, since he's gotten that ace, has been 2 bad whips, and there's the third. He used to be able to follow through, just take a deep breath. It looks like pressure is starting to get to some of these players, as Rush is not playing like themselves. 90 seconds remain, and barely alive, looking to push through. Lou opens it up by getting rid of Scoob. Now Jay still on that angle. I mean, I gotta admire the patience, but at what point do we say let's give it up? Because you see bomb lurking below. No C4, which means it's gonna be a gun flank. It will work as you've gotten rid of Franklin. You look to find the second, and you will. If you go third, you're just getting carried away here. The pre-play C4, no connection. But you've been able to even out that man count. The player on the shelves almost had him dead to rights, but Rush will save his life. Now Lou going big as he'll find the second, and the third of the round is it'll be bomb left in a 1v2. Yet again, it's just strictly 1vx's that we've been seeing in this situation. Flash connects, which allows Mingo to go wide and isolate. A 4-2 split is going to be seen as BLACKJACK are starting to play exactly how we expected them to. Now, if I'm not mistaken, right after the bans, we will have a 2-minute timeout. If not, then we go straight into the game. I mean, I'm honestly a fan of the 2-minute timeouts just because it allows teams to kind of take their time in talking about what they can do better. Otherwise, they kind of start to, you know, crumble. And that's not something that you really want to see, especially in a BO5 on the second map. You need to be able to let the teams take their sweet time and allow themselves to pace themselves. Otherwise, they kind of burn out by that second, third map. And then if we get a little bit further than that, it continues to just fall apart. And the quality of the games go down. These are two teams that have been pushing each other neck and neck. I mean, we've had a 3-all split and a 4-2 split. I mean, just a 2-round difference between these guys. They know what they're doing and how, but no 2-minute split is going to mean no talking from the coach. Just these players will consult each other, and we still remain at 0 timeouts called, 2 maps in. Now we hit the spot where we switch. And like Nighthaven, as I called it, what you expect to happen is never what's actually going to happen in this type of matchup. I mean, we expected Fisher to run away with the lead as soon as they switched onto defense on their respective map, and that's not what happened. It actually went the complete opposite way, and they almost lost. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if something similar happened on Bank, knowing how aggressive BLACKJACK is and how composed Fisher usually is. So I feel like in terms of how these gunfights will play out, it is all a matter of what we see from either side in the first opening rounds of their sides that will decide the remaining factors of the games. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue to go back and forth and get to 7-7 OT similar to last round.
You'll be left unprotected.
Reading you loud and clear.
Shall go now.
Now, the first time this entire series we have seen the new XK23 in order, probably the hardest hitting AR in the game, even better than Zero's S3. 2 shots to the chest and nearly, I think it's a down for 1 armor operators, and back that up with a, 33 mag secondary. Dokkaebi becomes closer to the best fragger in the game as of now, but you need to use those payloads properly before you get a little bit more aggressive here. Dokkaebi hasn't survived a ban phase this entire series. So I'm very interested to see why BLACKJACK have let her see through, as they and the shields have been important. They were a reason why you lost your first map, but still, Dokkaebi might make it a little bit harder to deal with the pressure this entire map. Now Mingo getting the first payload as he's the only roamer as of now, just sitting in elevators. Will hang up the phone as nobody knows where he is. No intel seems to have been placed on the other side of the map. So Could be a little bit of a waste of that payload. It could be a little bit more of an issue here. Lou looking to get aggressive to get rid of the Sophia, but Lou now knows that there's somebody waiting to play under pressure. What is Annika doing? Probably the most interesting rappel I've seen all season, but Rush follows it up and gets rid of Mingo. Barm follows it up onto J Guns. There's that domino effect, but somehow Lou manages to stay on the board, but temporarily disabled. Not for long as Franklin gets rid of Rush. Dokkaebi still remains, but Lou goes big with the third. Marm gets one on the Claymore. No longer alive to see the success of said Claymore. Now a pseudo 1v1 as Franklin looks to reset the phone. Now out of payloads, which means, oh my god! I was gonna say before it becomes a little bit more of a problem here, but Bomb, you have 10 seconds, they need to get going. The players in offices, do you know where? As they sit prone, and it's about checking the angles, but with a DMR, even 1 pixel is an issue to deal with, and there's a player fallen. What a gunfight that could have been. Lots left to do. And for these players, I don't know what the idea might be here. You need to be able to kind of take your sweet time to be able to reestablish a lead, but right now it's just Fisher just crumbling at the seams, which means if this trend continues, a 4th map, maybe even a 5th, will be needed to decide the clear victors of this series. But 5-2 is not what you're looking for, especially in a BO5 here, but could just be an easier way to get this map out the way and head on over to Layer, your pick, which Blackjack do play pretty well on. So the prep needs to be there in order to perform to the best of your ability.
Insertion. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Your lapdog couldn't break me, and neither will you. Child, there's more than
Basement is the site, and this is probably one of the first rounds we've seen where the hatches have both been popped and an open area hold has been put through, but it really is important that we don't see a first pick, because if it plays anything like Fisher's defense, losing your smoke first is just not how you want to go about that. Now Rush being able to get rid of Mingo is a good job at kind of initially getting the job done here, but still lots of pressure left to be put on through. Now that utility, that passive utility is very useful. Now, assuming Mingo's carrying a shield and a C4, that's so much util that you can use. But still, right now, Luke eats the JO payload now. Has no more access to intel, but cannot be called for the remainder of the round, and Rush getting rid of J-Guns first. That's a two-man lead that's only temporarily lived as Bomb does fall. Again, blow for blow between the teams.
Cover me!
Now Franklin from downtown gets rid of Annika, keeping this pressure on open area true, as now Boots takes care of Rush, and you can fall back to site if you really wanted to. Still has the 3 toxic babes, lots of time, and everything that you need. And a spray in through the wall. Apparently Marv was close to the site, leaving just Scoob outside, and it looks like we're getting closer and closer to that match point as Lou ends it off with a wallbang. we'll head on over to the mid-floor where Blackjack look to seal their lead and the fates of Fisher College to push a little bit further through this series. Playing pretty well as expected, but on their own map they soar. So much pressure just continues to amount on their backs and so much left to do. I'm very curious as to see what they'll be able to do in this situation when they continue to struggle to meet the amount of pressure that's being applied by Fisher. One bad map is always something that we expect in a series. The question is who can take layer and who will continue to meet the standards of the series and to find the lead. I feel like that answer just kind of lays at the end of layer. I feel like seeing either team win on their own map is kind of justifiable, but the second you get to the third and the fourth is when it starts to become a little bit more difficult for either side to cinch it.
5 seconds to go. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
When I talk, you listen. Yes?
Don't forget, we've got a job to do.
I'm reloading!
Reloading!
Jacob says hello.
Shield active.
The wallbang almost gets rid of Lou and ate the payload as well, which means no intel for him. Barely alive at this point in the game. Rush is the lurker here. Despite having a few bad moments in this game, still has more than enough kills next to the name to live up to the reputation. 12 and 7 currently within the server. Looking to go bigger. As the entire team just continues to push out through CEO. A beautiful shot by Marm to get rid of Lou, the player that was barely clinging on to life, and now one left in Janny to get rid of. Finally, some gridlock action that we were hoping to see despite how powerful they are. The shield break doesn't happen, but the instant refrag is there, and they'll double it on, but Franklin is there to kind of stop the bleeding as Annika barely clinging on to life and getting a kill back in response. If you can get one more on the vert here, it is more than realistic to establish a lead or try to win it out here, but it is, again, all about the patience that you have. Annika goes down to that Razor Bloom, which means these players need to rush to get there. Is he waiting for the... Oh, this could be massive. If he hears the footsteps come through and detonates it, all you can do is just hope you get a double. But again, it looks like no players are biting right now. You need to just detonate it where you can still get it and get rid of that one player. It looks like he's waiting for something. J Guns
Take it easy.
could detonate it the second he hears that res going off, but still, the fact that he's held on is something I commend him for. Grabbing the case and just not even approaching. I mean, the can openers are not there. They have more than enough. Looking like it's going to continue to spam call Jay. That's the third one, and none will remain as Annika gets the revenge later on, but Franklin gets the first, not expecting Marm to be there. The hand-holding always works. Could have detonated that C4 and gotten rid of Annika, but they'll come back to strike and get a little bit late. They'll get him back in the round a little bit later, which kind of just adds in insult to injury. Kind of hilarious, but 6-3 as Fisher just delay the ending of Bank. Could this be the beginning of a comeback, or is it just a little bit of a fluke before Blackjack just lock it down and get the job done? We'll head back upstairs. This was one of that site that Fisher kind of struggled to break the first layer of in terms of finding the first picks or layering on the pressure, as Janny was probably the main issue that we saw here. Hopefully some, gender opening pressure will be set on the sites here, and maybe Annika's
Defenders
not
protect the
repelled
bombs from being defused by
on the
attackers.
wall adjacent to the rappel here. I understand that there was a cross being held, but if your teammate's just a fraction of a second late to that hold, then you are dead, and that's exactly what we saw.
Reinforcing wall!
Throwing a razor bloom.
Seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Reloading! Cover me!
This'll rattle them.
One of the deciding rounds that will determine if we're going to layer earlier, if Fisher still have some fight left in them. Not a single timeout has been called quite yet, so gonna have to hope that they've had enough team chemistry to work this pressure, and that answer will just be a bunch of question marks thrown up into the sky as Rush will be the first one to fall, and the remaining 4 players for Fisher will have to do to try to push themselves a little bit further into this game.
Schema deployed. Surface secured.
Scoob just looking for that lurk. It could be that lifeline that they need to be able to open up this round. Still,
Setting up a breaching sequence.
time just continues to run down against them, so you can wait, but just know that you're playing against Razor Blooms, which is the bigger issue in this situation. If Franklin has anything on Marble, then this could be an over gunfight before it even starts, but Lou goes big. First Razor Bloom is detonated, gets rid of half the health for Bomb. Fisher currently has been soaring through this series. 2 kills for Fisher that are massive, but they've lost so much health in the meantime, meaning a Razor Bloom or a stray C4 will be the end of these players. Mingo gets rid of Scoob. 1 player sitting close in Janny. Annika will get rid of them. Cannot hit that bar, but otherwise it is an instant down on how low this ace really is. So for this ace, it'll just be walking in, but capitalized off perfectly by J Guns, just leaving Bomb. Feeling like we're approaching the end of Bank. A lot shorter than Nighthaven Labs, but still sets the precedent that this Blackjack team isn't here to play around. But hold on, anything's possible, but this player is barely alive, meaning you have to isolate perfectly in order to get this job done. The flash will come out. The blind fire will not be there, but J-Guns delivers that final blow. Now Bank is done, and we will need Layer to establish who goes on to the series point. What a map that was. I mean, I told you, Fisher, they're good, but Blackjack on their own maps is just a different level of gravy. Was no doubt about it. The fact that they can get it done so quickly is just something that speaks to how aggressive and how well coordinated they are. Now, both teams are given a brief intermission before we head on over to our third map. Layer awaits us, and we'll be back after a short break. Follow if you are enjoying. Map 3 awaits us. It will be Layer as the next upcoming map. Fisher fell to a very strong Blackjack on their own map, which means both teams have one apiece and they've won on their respective maps. They're fighting. They're fighting hard. The map started off on the first being Nighthaven Labs, and it started off very convincingly to be a strong fight, with Fisher barely edging out and winning 8-7, now just leaving Blackjack to strike back on their own, which they did not disappoint in doing, winning their own series 7-3. Now Layer will await us to be our third map of the day, and whoever wins this goes on to the series point, and it should be a great game indeed. Now, Layer is a map we've seen both teams play on. Most recently for either side, I think for Fisher College, it was, last week where we saw them play against Hikikomori, and they had lost on Clubhouse before they went on to Layer, and then they won 8-6 in OT. And for Blackjack, I think they played it not too long. They played it a really long time ago, all the way back against, if I'm not mistaken, I'll pull up the Wikipedia to confirm later, it was against the PACKRUNNERS team itself, not the league, where they lost 7-8 in overtime. I think it was the Whiskey Boys who covered that game. And that was a 3-mapper where Blackjack eventually won. So, it was a interesting series to see how that played out. I'm interested to see how it'll play out. And let's see who has the better Layer. But as of now, I'm convinced it is Fisher.
Attackers need to locate and
Almost a
defuse
tech
as many
pause,
bombs
but
as they can.
I held my breath, and that was enough to keep us in the game, and that's exactly what will happen. Now, as we play on through, I'm excited to see what we are going to have on Layer, especially when you allow Mira, Thorn, and Tachanka to make the same lineup in terms of denial, and then the cherry on top is Sasami and Ella. Just so much intel and so much denial util that it'll be a little bit refreshing to see how these guys play it out.
Setting a razor shell.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds remaining.
For those of you that have been helping out support the stream, whether you're just lurking and you're watching, for those of you who have subbed, and for those of you who have followed, just know my love for you is infinite, and I appreciate the support regardless of what you do. Just like Fisher's love for Bomb is endless as well. Alongside with Rush, the two players have been absolutely primed out this entire series. They made it a little bit more entertaining. We've seen some crazy clutches for the two. Excited to see. goes off, and could have been the ending of Lewis. He couldn't just stick that vault prompt, but it was placed further away from the window, so still enough left in the tank to survive this round. Is getting closer to a minute burned off, and Annika, a player who hasn't really had a long start to this game, kind of been struggling, but again, this is a collegiate team and they have the chemistry, which means literally, regardless of what happens, they're always going to buddy check each other. They're always going to be there, and it's exactly what happens for them every single time they play.
Changing mags!
Now, for Fisher, in terms of their most recent runs on Layer, they've played Layer 6 times in the last 2 months, and they haven't lost since Akron all the way back on May 3rd. That just shows them how well prepared they are on this map. So it's not really one that I would say a newer team like BLACKJACK, especially with the ins and outs and the controversy on their team, wants to go to. I'm excited to see how they'll play that out. The first strike goes out. Takes a good amount of health off of Scoob, but enough to keep him in the game. The C4 is used, so it will be a pure gunfight. What will you do? It looks like BLACKJACK are kind of innovating, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. We're not seeing a masked wall traditional push. They're going to push from the display side and have the players in bathroom completely pushed off to force them to stretch the team, and that's exactly what's going to happen as Scoop falls as well. Now, opening up bathroom, and if it doesn't, you're going to force the players to come around and help, and this actually might work out here. Franklin being the IGL for this call could have innovated to force these mistakes out from the hands of Fisher as they're getting 1 kill closer to being able to topple a top hold with potentially one of the most stacked rosters that you see. One Grismont to work with, and you need to utilize it before that shield gets a little bit closer. Successful. Herds him into a corner, and that'll be a spray from Bum. Are you serious? Are you serious? The players that you expect to go big or go home are always the ones that innovated. That is the 3rd clutch that we have seen from this man in 3 maps. That is true, Bomb. How do you do it is the question. Let's take a look at that one more time. I mean, using that Grismont to push him further into the site. Now, Franklin did a good job of being able to find the ones with an assisted 2 kills inside of 1 round, but just can't hold the bomb sauce as that's 2 straight kills to open it up beautifully in the first round of Layer goes to Fisher.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I'm telling you, this series just gets nothing short of entertaining each and every round. Looking to continue to keep the foot on the gas as Fisher open it up beautifully. It looks like they have absolutely no problem with applying the pressure when needed. Hopefully they're able to continue to get this job done.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds left. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Swapping mags.
Surprisingly enough, Ace is going to take the ban over the Snake here, just taking priority and having these walls closed. Now, lots of pressure. Looking to mount on the players that hold the weapons cache and medical area of the map. Hopefully, we're able to see something that kind of innovates the way they hold. Otherwise, it's going to crumble a little bit faster than you expect it to, but still, at the end of the day, it's a valiant effort if they can keep their foot on the gas to get the job done here. Now that gunfight on Mask, as now you'll see Rush lose his life first to Jay. Lou instantly follows up by finding that second, and again, the domino effect for Fisher just seems unavoidable, as it's always something that we see happen. about this site is you can watch the hatch drop, but the amount of pressure that will come through from filtration is going to be an issue. Did that Claymore just come through a drone hole? Unlucky as now Annika loses their life, making this a 2v5, a 4v2 as Marm reestablishes some form of hold. You need to get rid of the players that look to backstab. Otherwise, you kind of divide your attention. You cannot lock in. Not being able to reinforce that filtration wall also becomes a little bit harder, but for Scoob, it doesn't matter. Even on 1 HP, Marm gets shot in the back. I told you that backstab is just too lethal to have to deal with. And Franklin with the bearing 9 gets rid of that player sitting in the split nice and easy. A game that we expect is just too simple. It'll get the job done. Both teams looking to continue to go back and forth. But still, it's always about that first pick. And I feel like last map, when we saw Fisher respond to the picks on Bank, they did very well being able to find the refrags within the first 30 seconds. On Nighthaven, we saw the domino effect where when they lost one body, they lost 3 within the same minute. And it's looking like that trend is repeating. But when that trend happens, they are usually there to win their rounds back to back. So I'm excited to see what they have in store for us, but I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I'll give them some time before they determine what's going to happen.
No time to wait.
Secure.
Home improvement
Deploying
time.
explosive ordnance.
Seconds to go.
Shiba deployed.
Explosive ordnance is ready.
Enjoy the view.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers
We head on down to the basement. They'll try it again, but hopefully this time they'll be able to
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
recover the amount of issues on their end. Otherwise, could you see a similar trend to what we saw last round where they just kind of fly in through armory and it wins out for them. Now, shooting range might be an issue, but it really just is about how heavy you can push without losing the bodies, because yes, it is a high risk, a high reward, but it also is the matter of how much pressure can you keep off of site without losing the integrity. Scoob now going up instead of back down through filtration. Now Jay being able to take care of Scoob later on, draws in a good amount of time. Not enough that they would have hoped for, but not before Annika gets rid of Mingo. That's a beautiful pick on being able to kind of have this team go back to the drawing board and slow down, because you don't want Blackjack to heat up. Otherwise, that pressure just becomes too great, as we saw. A 2 for 2 as we are evened up at a 3-all. 90 seconds approaching as Rush barely alive, but you can say the same 4J guns. A very similar situation for both teams, but the attackers have more time to work with and a lot more to do. Such a short frame of time. The lurk from him, saw it on radar, could get the job done here. Boots getting rid of Rush. Only unhealthy player left on Fisher. One extra player is going to be that win con for Blackjack. You just cannot let Jay Guns get isolated, because he also has the most powerful and broken utility on this entire lineup right now. Those Soliton radars, if they come through and locate exactly where these two players are, the intel just comes through and it's a little too easy to deal with. But still, it looks like they're still just thinking about what the idea is. And getting rid of Marm seems to be the first idea. Now they know where Annika is as well. The vert pressure might be an issue here, but the full flash, luckily able to get on the other side of the split. Annika getting rid of the first, but Boots closes down that issue before it becomes causes for concern. Now Fisher losing another round, but still, valiant effort yet again. But Blackjack take the lead regardless of valiant efforts. We'll head back upstairs as the rotations of the parameters will unlock that uppermost floor, but a little confusing as to why we didn't head on over to the tertiary sites, considering how prepped Fisher usually is playing on that mid floor, but looks like maybe something different is the idea. They'll still stay one round in through this, but I mean, losing your rounds on attack is acceptable on layer, but for Fisher, they usually do better on the attack of the maps. I feel like right now their main objective should be just keeping the differential low and maybe even trying to approach a 4-2 split for themselves. That would be the most ideal to force the map split to be in their favor and eventually looking to take the series point home. Still lots left to do here and still another map to be played after this. If Blackjack respond, then maybe even we go all 5. But still just a long, long ways away before we can tell what's going on. Quick entry for Jay Guns here, which isn't too regular for him, but as long as it gets the job done, could have something on the board. If you are able to not fall, as we've seen multiple times throughout multiple maps, it really is just a matter of time. But again, let's see how it'll play out for them. Chonka, arguably one of the better picks on a map like Layer because of the Shmikas, because of the heavy-hitting LMG that you can also use to make rotates. Now, layer that with the amount of intel that you're provided with, it's just a miracle that some sites can be planted on, especially on a map like Layer. Vert seeming to be very important, so Jay Guns is able to escape all intel as of now, but Rush getting rid of Franklin on that shield is going to be some fallout that you really just can't survive unless you're going to pick back fast. Valk has been located, scooped down to 1, and can't even retreat into Armory. And now Mingo's also below as well. It looks like verticality is going to be very important for them. And I like how they're really innovating. They're really not going for that main breach, and they want to walk in through the display hall, and by any means necessary, they will do so. Now, Rush gets taken care of as well, so say goodbye to all of those Shmikas. Throw each into every round. A minute left on the clock, and now Marm needs to be able to deny this display hall walk-in. It's only one door because you've been able to reinforce off the wall, but still. I know you have a C4, but the amount of pressure that will amount onto the site is just going to be playing keep away and allowing these players to easily walk in unless you guys have the utmost perfect comms, or if you can get a pick to even out the line here, because it will force more mistakes out of the players. That's exactly what Annika will do. A pick desperately needed, but Lu instantly fires back and gets rid of Marm, showing the importance of verticality on this map. And without a snake, without any intel to get that job done is beautiful. Annika gets rid of the first player yet again, but traded out. Need to be able to isolate bomb, but done so beautifully, so perfectly that there's no chance to respond, even for the player, the master of the Scorpion, to get the job done here. And now Fisher causes for concern as they go down 2 rounds. We'll head on through the round that means the most. Can the 4-1 lead be taken and Fisher be put into a little bit of a sticky situation, or can they finally fire back and find themselves playing a little bit more difficult as they finally head on over to a tertiary site? Now, no Solus, which is a little surprising considering how this site usually plays out. If you get the vert wrong or if you get the audio key wrong while that plant's going down, you usually are in a post-plant situation with no access to the site. Will be a little bit interesting to see, but I mean, they have 3 shotguns. Thought the Thorn was using one, but no. To be able to establish vert shouldn't be an issue here. It's just not letting a lurker into the site, especially against a team like Blackjack. If there's a nook on the board, it could be a little bit of an issue, but hopefully not.
10 seconds to go.
Because this is a round so desperately needed by them to put them back into the game. No ace, no thermite to deal with, so hopefully this is that,
Attackers must
let's say,
locate and defuse the
One
bomb.
Wish Willow that gets them back in the game. And that's a reference that I hope most of you get.
Just a little more lift away.
RCE set.
A little bit less aggressive from Blackjack this time. They're playing layer in a way I don't think I've actually seen before, where it's really passive in the opening stages, and then there they kind of hit a go button. They hide until they're seen, and it always works out for them. I mean, their approach is to the second floor, which is arguably Fisher's best site. They've crumbled and toppled twice by just not attacking the main wall and playing heavily on the vert and the display side, which could be very roamer heavy, but they've gotten rid of the roamers with no snake and no Dokkaebi, and for that I commend them. They can keep their foot on the gas. They can take a very large split here, but again, it's all about keeping their heads on straight, and they have Mad Dog on the coaching position to do exactly that. Rush gets rid of Blue, which is a very big pick in order to get the intel on the board, and for the executes as well. For the player he is, it's an all-around loss. Issues to see as Scoop gets rid of Jay. They just continue to go blow for blow. Hopefully we see something from this Blackjack team to strike back at Fisher and get themselves evened up. But as of now, they still look to be fairly passive, as they know how important verticality on this site is, but the amount of shotguns, the amount of close-range gunfights that Fisher want to warrant here, seems like no one's going to bite here. Oh, what a shot by Mingo to get open display, now allowing his players to progress in through the split, and there you go, that's that vert established. Desperately needed some courageous action, and who else but Mingo? Hasn't been dropping crazy Mingo numbers, but has been going positive and helping the team's output. Scoop barely clinging on to life, and no C4s, meaning to win this round, Fisher need to win all of their gunfights, and they start off well by getting Franklin down to very low HP, but not really helpful when you have a DMR waiting. One player on the vert, and all of them split apart, but one player is locked outside through a castle barricade, but it won't matter as Boots knows exactly what the idea is throughout the green hall. Gets there as fast as possible, gets the toes of the remaining player, and that's a 4-1 lead right now for Blackjack. Not something I would have expected, especially on layer. Now Fisher, not yet called a timeout. Poker, lots left to talk about. I mean, it's kind of funny. There's
Defenders,
Poker
protect your
as
bombs
the
from
coach of Fisher, and Blackjack as the team they're playing against. But Mad Dog, honestly, not really any marks to talk about, as they're forcing so many mistakes naturally. The only idea that I could possibly think of is how you approach the next and upcoming maps better and with your head held high, as we've seen a couple of late starts for these guys, but not anything that would really be an issue for me to see. Continue to just be themselves, and that's more than enough to get the job done here. Hopefully they can continue to keep that foot on the gas, otherwise this could be a little bit more of an issue. But as of now, I mean, Blackjack are playing so well.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Azami, if you want, I can let you use my formula. It might help you get over what happened.
large task ahead of him, and half of it is just staying alive. I mean, I've said it time and time again. The most important job for a Capitao main is to stay alive. I mean, the intel is just so important that's provided by that one operator that staying alive is just half the job. The other half is getting the flame bolts and the smoke bolts right at the time of execute. So hopefully that's also able to be kept up, but still, one can hope. Rush opens it up by getting rid of Franklin. That's their first hard breacher, and Lou falls next. And that's the Fisher we remember. They're starting to wake up as they've started to get some important picks on the board. That was Mingo. Takes the head off of Scoob. He's opened it up. Hazami as the first pick feels like it's like a broken record as Hazami mains being the first to fall, but that regenerative Kiba barrier is just so needed, but not seen. Mingo barely missing the one tap, but Annika eventually prevailing and getting rid of the player to reestablish that two-man lead. But Rush taken off the board as well, and it's not live for long. John 6 burns that shield, meaning that player in 90 can't play for long as J-Guns opens up that site and Annika is put into a corner. Not moving, but J-Guns can see that corner, and that's why you have to swing in that type of situation. Now Bomb using the Grismont to swing off of that intel, but you need to create some space, otherwise you will also be surrounded by that Gridmont. Now finally shooting that Candela, going for that execute is going to be a little bit of a problem. A beautiful pinch to get rid of the first player, and Marm gets rid of that last. That's a beautiful piece of teamwork to get yourself back into this game as Fisher finally get themselves one round, the first one in 3, as they switch on to the attacking side, and hopefully greater pastures and greener pastures will be seen. Ban phase starts, and hopefully this is the start of something great. Now the Cade ban genuinely is the most staple ban for Lair, just knowing how the breach is a big issue, knowing how it'll always just be that one place that you really just can't walk in easily as long as there's a Tabaro and a Cade. But again, the integration and the reworks of so many new operators, especially if they're broken, being Roar, being Tabara, being the new Dokkaebi, the Blackbeard. There's so many different operators that you have to worry about now that there's only really one meta that you can focus on at a time with only 3 bans in the competitive pool, and it's even worse than ranked when you're only given 3. So, for instance, Fisher usually is always getting the wall denials out the way. We saw it on Nighthaven. On Bank it changed a little bit, but that's just because sometimes the walls on Bank aren't warranting enough to get rid of an entire hard reach for them. But still, there's a lot seen that you need to get rid of, but sometimes the shield ops are what you need to get rid of. At one stage, the beginning of 2 seasons ago, or even last season, shield ops were all that were banned or seen in-game. Whether it was a Blackbeard, a Blitz, or a Monty, it was always what was seen on the board. Even Fuse Shield is something that's pretty staple on the larger maps like Bank. Now, with the way that this meta continues to play out, I will not be surprised if we just see teams go out their way to ban straight intel. It's already started where you go out of your way to ban Snake and Deimos. Dokkaebi is a newer integration, and Dokkaebi is starting to be banned a little bit more, let's say in the grassroots / semi-pro Siege, but at the very top level there are ways to counter her, and one of those is just eating the call and losing the damage, which also creates demand for players like Doc and Thunderbird to come into play here. So, I mean, there's just so many different ways that Siege is starting to go into, and the different directions is always just so nice to see how teams innovate their strategies and their plays.
Let's get cracking. Everyone makes mistakes.
A very fast start to this round for Fisher as they get in and get the job done of being able to open up the cross breaches. Now it's about slowing things down and kind of forcing mistakes from each other, but really not something that you expect to happen so early on, but not for Rush as the downtown shot into J-Guns, and look at the operator he's on. It's just a weird prophecy that I always kind of see happen in best of 5s is always the Azami falling first, as it's going to kind of struggle and be a little bit more of insult to injury that you cannot restructure the map with the breaches open now.
Setting up a sequential breach. Throwing flashbang.
Mingo, I mean, the second you see him up on a TCSG, you better get away from him before he does that, which is simply just take your head off. Being able to tie things up, getting rid of the hard breacher. Luckily, you've been able to, get the walls open. Display has that double rotate, and the storage wall has a rotate, and the other side of it is soft. So really, not much to worry about. 3 reinforcements are left, so if they do decide to double reinforce, that is a viable option that could present itself at any moment. But with a minute left, there really is one way to attack, and this is the classic way that we didn't see BLACKJACK pursue, which is beeline it into the main wall with one player watching the external. Now, Lou's going to be the bigger issue here, but Scoop getting the breach open is going to be a problem, especially with the cross established. Now, Tachanka, you'll just have a Goyo, who is no longer with us, but his Vulcans can remain. One Toxic Babe is very bad in terms of utility economy for these defenders, but you have to hope the smokes and the C4s and the Vulcans are all stacked towards the breach. Otherwise, it's going to be an issue. They're going to have to prioritize their gunfights first and foremost, and that's not something you really want to hear, especially with all of this utility stacking up. Now, Franklin doesn't have any Toxic Babes, but can get rid of that shield operator. That's one less thing to worry about mid-game. Now, the plant looks to go down. Not much you can really do here, but isolate that player outside of that masked bridge. Now, Mon does fall. Franklin almost goes nuclear, but is forced off of the ADS as he drops onto the couch. Fisher strike back and close down the difference to just 1 round. Lots of siege still left to be played out, and both of these teams duking it out. Finally, Fisher starting to wake up on how they want to play against this team. They're starting to pace themselves accordingly after a bad stint on their defensive half, but I did say it. I did say they are a better attacking team. All they have to do is just keep this pacing up and not let BLACKJACK take the 5th or 6th round, because that's when we saw them kind of crumble apart on Bank. Second they started losing more than 2 rounds in a row, back to back, it was just not ideal for the integrity of the series for them. It eventually led to a map loss. Hopefully, we'll see more from them mid-game. But right now, BLACKJACK, just 1 aggressive round could be enough to kind of learn that maybe it's not about getting aggressive. Maybe it's about just resetting and taking your sweet time.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
As I say that, time will only tell as things just continue to kind of tick down.
Some serious drywall coming up.
Activating drone.
Swapping mags!
Let's see how you handle this. Jacob says hello.
Now again, as the Dokkaebi does survive the ban phase, it's going to be a little bit more interesting to see how these teams will deal with her. Right now, it doesn't seem to be causes for concern, as the payloads are only just going in to make sure these no roamers, but again, you don't have that snake. I mean, not on the ban, but still can see.
Drywall work coming up.
Reloading!
Deploying drone.
Boots falls first, but J-Guns meets him instantly to get rid and get that refrag to tie it up at 4-4.
I'm in their phone.
Now as time runs down, Mingo receives the next payload. Back to a 4-all. Vertical pressure
How you handle this.
could be an issue, considering Lou is upstairs with that shotgun and could look down as the entry to missile is established with verticality. Now bomb doesn't fall, which having your spear entry down, maybe not ideal, but losing Mingo is even less ideal as Annika goes big with 2 kills. Hold on. J Guns, you're waiting a little too long here as the plant is being thrown around. You need to look for said planter. Annika baiting it. Beautifully, may I add, as it literally baits the player into swinging a little too hard, but Marm is also down. You're in a pseudo 2v1. 2 players bleeding low, and as long as Lou is isolated here, you can get Marm back up, but it's very important that you don't. Do they know that J Guns is down? He's irrecoverable at this point in the game. Annika finished off, which means you're in a 1v1 situation. The spam calls could be something you go for, but the jammers are the reason why you're able to stay alive, but not close to 1 right now, which means Scoob can deliver that last payload to this player. 30 seconds remain on the clock, and this is where the important isolation is put on the board here. Scoob, use your call. The question is, do you have him located? Do you know that it's a Mozzie? Because if you don't, you cannot use the location. And as you see the empty tracker on the right-hand side of your screen, they don't know. They didn't red ping this Mozzie, which means you cannot use the last payload onto him. It's just going to be a game of check and repeat, error and trial, and 7 seconds remain. Pros don't fake, and at this point, he really doesn't have an option. You kind of have to stick it here, but you've created so much real estate between yourself and the remaining defender. You might have a chance to win it, and he does! Scoob with the genius plant of being able to get as far as from the player as possible while not sacrificing protection. Easy to do it, and there's the lead by BLACKJACK. Puffed into thin air as now Fisher are looking alive. If I were BLACKJACK, this is where I call a timeout or start to panic, but neither of those things have been done. They still look calm and composed. There's a lot left to be done here. Hopefully, they're able to keep themselves composed. Otherwise, this is going to be a short series. Lots left to be seen, and I'm interested to see how BLACKJACK responds to the pressure of losing rounds that shouldn't be lost. I mean, to be able to bring that back was just so commendable. But, I mean, Fisher, they're just playing so much more coordinated with being able to bait out the souls on top, and it's just down to a T, and even the individual prowess is there as well. A well-deserved tie.
Swapping bags.
Attackers have located a bomb. 10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Wallstone!
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Razor wire.
Changing max!
We head on upstairs. Arguably the most chaotic site we've seen. I mean, from innovative plays to interesting setups, it's just been one of the most entertaining sites to watch cast. As for BLACKJACK, they haven't attacked direct on once, and for Fisher, they have attacked direct, and it's worked out for them. So to each their own, whatever really works, and I have to give credit where credit is due. I see glimpses of Mad Dog's Butler roster playing on layer like this. It's something that I saw at the LAN itself where they didn't attack regular sites. So if this is orchestrated by him or Franklin, I mean, it's just genius to be put together by the man. Currently in New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, halfway across the world and cooking up these types of strats. It's just so entertaining to see, and it makes this game so much more refreshing, especially with the available operators at hand. Now, BLACKJACK, the main idea is just bringing more denial. I mean, we saw them get the first pick on this site, but they struggled to use their utility in a timely manner. I mean, they ran out of Toxic Vapor by the 45-second mark, and by that time, it was Franklin in the 1v3, just the SMG-11. So they can solve that issue. They're in for a fun time. First pick opened up by Rush's. It was a game of patience, but Rush was just more equipped and ready for that gunfight. time. Starting to run low on the players, but a minute left means they have a lot to do, especially the fact that they've gotten that first pick means they've been given a little bit more of a buffer to work with. A minute left on the clock here, and now J-Guns either needs to get more aggressive and get a pick back, or just parks the bus and waits for that plant indicator to be heard. If he rids of the player sitting outside, it could change completely. It looks like they're going for something as well. They've taken a note out of the Blackjack playbook and gone for the storage wall, but I guess not, as they're resetting for the second time. A little bit of a bait. Wonder if the players heard that. But as they see, there's no way they can put an exothermic on that breach, so they'll rotate over. The flashes go through. The pre-place from Mingo gets rid of Scoob. Mingo gets rid of Bomb as well. He's on mezzanine, and we're not letting him get anywhere closer. Rush is down as well from that T4. I mean, Mingo's gone nuclear and could have just opened up this entire round. J-Guns, perfect positioning, shut up by Marm. Marm gets the second. Looking, but one player's just parked out behind the desk, and Boots has ran away. He's far away. He has no intention of swinging, and that is a beautiful round executed by these players. A valiant effort from Fisher to try to reel it back in, especially from Marm, but J-Guns, Mingo, dynamic duoed their way through that round and got their team across the finish line, one round shy from that match point. I mean, not seeing the players that we expect to frag out up here today. But Marm, obviously, I mean, Marm's just always consistent, whether it's Akron, whether it's Blackjack, whether it's Hakikimori. Marm's always a player that just stands out to me. I mean, always doing whatever they can, regardless of the player they're on. Now doing it on Gridlock. It genuinely is just impressive to me, the consistency of just one player. I'm just curious to see the stat line here. I'm just waiting till we load into the round, as I'm intrigued.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Marm sits at 6. She sits at 7 deaths and 6 kills, which it doesn't feel like, because every time we see a 1vx, it's her.
Reinforcing wall.
10 seconds to insertion.
Solus is brought yet again. This was a round lost by just a 1v1, which means the foundations of the hold by Blackjack is not incorrect.
Attackers must locate,
But it needs to be
and defuse the bomb.
executed better, faster, and more precise if they want this map to come to a close faster, because they're one round away from going to that match point, and they're so close at forcing a mistake out of Fisher that could be
Some serious drywall
unrecoverable.
coming up. Got us a new drone.
Bomb opens it up by getting rid of Boots. A critical C4, critical utility loss so early on. Just have to hope those mute jammers stay up. But for what? As there is no Dokkaebi brought this round, the shield up will be the main idea here, and the verticality is going to be established by that Buck if he can get rid of J-Guns, and this is that crucial gunfight that you do need to get rid of here. Rush, hello? Welcome to planet Earth, bud. That was
Changing mags.
That was a hold of all time. I mean, his entire body was visible. He still didn't swing off the intel, but who am I to judge? Mingo gets rid of Bomb, meaning shield up, and spear entry is no longer a viable issue to get into the building. Isolating gunfights with your structural players is the main idea. Almost a perfect bait from Blue. It's just unlucky that he's using arguably the weakest hitting guns in the game. I would classify the P10 Roni as a machine pistol at this point, ever since its nerf. 90 seconds left. Annika's just going to rotate over to Marm here, and hopefully there's no vert established, otherwise it's going to be a little bit more disastrous. Now Franklin does isolate. The two-way cross being established, but Scoop's opened up the split, has a shotgun to deal with. J-Guns delivers that one pump really easily. Annika a little late to the battle, but can open up sight with that flash. 2 shotguns. Doesn't matter. The SMG-11 goes big in prime as BLACKJACK advance on to the match point and could potentially take Fisher's map away from them. Six to 4. The second map we get that's 1 round shy from that regulation max, as it happened on Nighthaven before we swiftly went to 7-7 OT. If it happens again, it'll mark the second map where we've had 3 OT or 2 OTs, and kind of excited to see how that'll work out. Both these teams have been fighting really hard, and it would be well deserving of Fisher to go to OT, but right now BLACKJACK is just strictly outplaying them. They're able to consistently match the pressure, match the gunfights, and now they're starting to learn that the utility that they're providing is starting to become a little bit more superior. So a good couple of rounds from these players, and hopefully we continue to see that happen.
Vulcan set up and ready to blow.
ADS deployed and ready to go.
Explosive ordinance!
10 seconds to insertion.
Reinforcements in place!
5 seconds left. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Deploying ADS.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Bomb opening it up onto Lou. Somebody who hasn't really been finding too much joy, but 6 assists next to the name. I mean, assists, jeez. I've been talking for a little bit too long. 6 assists next to the man's name. Can't be too mad, but on the vigil roll, you do need to be a little bit more careful, especially when you're trying to push to win on another team's map. It's a little bit harder to win out, especially with a man down, but knowing Mingo's been kind of giving this team a run for their money, if he gets rid of 1 shield off, then it could be a round opener that kind of forces Fish into another mistake. Now, Mingo gambled on the players sitting on Pebbles Hall door and lost the initial trade, but not before you recontest it and takes Rush's head off. Now, the tides have shifted yet again. You see Fisher now at loss with no ROUs and the Soliton radar in the pocket. Mingo barely clinging on to life, yes, but you have 90 seconds left and you haven't even approached the first layer of the site. This is a tertiary, which means you still need verticality. You still need some form of pressure to get this job done. You lose the Blackbeard, you're in for a very pleasant treat. Now, Mingo gambling with life. If that Blackbeard decides to pre-aim and pre-fire, it could be lights out, but bomb's low enough where if you can fire it fast enough, I think 2 shots to the toes could be able to wipe out this one player. J-Gun's resetting back down, as Fatsolis usually is more important on the upstairs side of the map, but still being passive about it, I respect it. Mingo somehow is still clinging on to life here. Like you're getting closer and closer, Boots. You need to be ready to help your teammate out, and he is indeed. The frag goes absolutely nowhere, and Annika's now gone, which means a 4v2 situation, and the Blackbeard can't advance without somebody buddy checking. Luckily, he is being buddy checked by that player in the 90 hall, and Mingo still hasn't moved. Just continuously staying in and around this area. Fisher has depleted all their resources on this side of the map, which has caused so many issues that they weren't expecting. And eventually, you'll have players getting egotistical like Lou that say, good map, but it's not egotistical if it's just confidence. Bob opening it up, getting rid of the first, and somehow Mingo's still alive. He's been 1 HP for 2 minutes now. Looking to contest with a pistol and a quad kill. Looking to shoot the man's dead body over the finishing his teammate. Layer is stolen out the hands of Fisher College. BLACKJACK take the series point, and that means a lot is left to be done for Fisher. The job may not be well done, but they need border, and it needs to go their way. Otherwise, this BO5 is going to be completed quite fast. Now, it is going to be a little bit of an interesting take considering how they've been playing. I'm very curious as to see what is being said in the call, because the plays that I'm expecting aren't happening, and the things that I was expecting are still not happening, and the things no one expects are happening. It's just a curious approach, but to be able to approach a map like Lair that you know that Fisher College is good at, and being able to give them their first loss in 5 runs at it, entertaining and impressive to see. Now, 4th map of the series awaits us. We'll be back after a swift break. Make sure to leave a follow if you are enjoying. We'll be back as soon as possible.
Let it
players are getting themselves set up in the lobby. It has been a long ways away. We are approaching our 4th map of the day, potentially our last if Blackjack can take it home. They've taken away Fisher's map away from them. They'll head on to their own turf, which will be Border. Complements them perfectly considering their style of play. Now, the 2nd map and the 3rd map were absolute peak. They only dropped 7 rounds in total between the both, and one of them wasn't even their map. Now, Fisher College being able to win out Nighthaven was a given, but still, given a loss for the first time in 5 runs at Nighthaven or at Lair is just a crazy thing to think about. But now Border awaits us, and hopefully Fisher came here to play. Otherwise, this could be over very fast as Blackjack just looked to sweep in and take it home. And the question is, can they do it successfully? Now, we do have a little bit of a surprise sub in. We're just going to give you guys a minute to see who it is. Can you see that? The bottom left of your screen. Beezer has now subbed in for Annika, which honestly I'm a little disappointed to see. I mean, Annika was very coordinated in terms of getting the job done when it came to finding the walls getting opened, when it came to forcing players into areas of the map that they weren't comfortable on. I mean, sometimes the scoreboard isn't very favorable for Annika, but I mean, I think she got the job done very well, and that was exactly what we expected. Now Beezer comes in, maybe not going to have a lot of impact in terms of the
Attackers need to locate
side of getting walls open in that operational area, but it could just be a fragger that you need to get the job done. As he plays on castle, may I stand corrected?
Camera in position. Wall fortified. Deployed. Camera feed up and running.
Now, lots of you may be thinking this is where the series begins to come to a close, but there's still a lot of Siege left to be played. If Fisher can cinch out
5
this
seconds remaining.
map, they could potentially get the job done and push to the 5th and final map, which would be the Staple Clubhouse. I do think they have that if they can
Keep our position.
get the job done. I do hope it's there. Otherwise, the end of this series will unfortunately come to a close, one map before the last. Lou opening up on the Scoob, and a convincing start for a team that wants to take it home.
Drones up and running. Loading new mag.
Reload.
Shiba deployed. Surface secured.
Since first pick, everything's kind of quieted down, but not before Mingo hits a little bit of a lurk. He's all the way outside, still on the balcony, and gets an easy kill. Now Fountain becomes a little bit more heavy to deal with. Bomb rids of J Guns, and Boot strikes right back, but somehow they still maintain the lead, and the site has been opened up as one player resides in there. Now Marm is off site as well, just leaving Bomb adjacent to the site. He's still soft roaming. Ashes to be able to win out that gunfight. 2 of these players are barely clinging on to life, so he's just gonna crawl. There's intel active on him as there's a Valk on board. All you have to do is just stay alive, Mingo. He's distracted while that plant's going down. You guys have nothing to counter. Now Bomb wins the gunfight onto Lou, but the plant does go down. A DMR is not what you want to go up against when you barely have health next to your name. Marm gets taken care of, and the pre-fire from Franklin gives the first round convincingly to Blackjack. That's how the job is done. And Fisher needs to go back to the drawing board. They cannot be giving up the site that easily. Lots of issues consistently prevail over the coordination of Fisher College. Even with the sub, it's still a little lackluster. Hopefully they're able to address it on the fly, but Border is an unforgiving map. It is a very gunfight-oriented map, and unfortunately for you guys, reversing a team that is very coordinated in terms of the gunfights.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they
We'll head
can.
right back upstairs as they want another chance at being able to defend this. Hopefully they're able to do so, otherwise
More guns ready.
to
Shoot it if you need it.
get something done. And maybe the sub actually wasn't because of a change in pace. Annika has a flight to catch. So for those of you in the chat, make sure to give the waves and the good job in the chat below, regardless of what happens in terms of outcomes. I mean, it's been an absolutely cinematic final as of now. Both teams going shot for shot, blow for blow, and that doesn't happen without your players getting your walls open.
By attackers. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers' objective is to defuse a bomb.
Razor wire up.
Deep primed. Stand clear.
Prone razor
Device
down.
primed. Keep an eye on door.
Going shock drone.
Almost
Boosting adrenaline.
almost a spawn peak that kind of led to a disaster, but K-Guns being able to stay alive using that Finka surgery. We haven't seen a Finka in a minute. First pick gets rid of Beezer, and the Vulcans will precede him. Could be a little bit of an issue. Hopefully you're alive to get the job done.
Watch your use.
This mansion has horrible Wi-Fi. What a way to say that. What a way to say that, Beezer. But that's first pick for Fisher. They don't see each other, but they're looking at each other, and Lou is gonna get the upper hand. Nice. Kill rid of one of the players. Now a 4v2 is now. This could be a very, very problematic issue for Fisher College, as there's a lot of pressure starting to amount onto the site here. Rush, luckily, last shot of the trail gets rid of the first player, but the run out, it's Franklin. A beautiful round, and they trade on the last kill. Fisher College is starting to fall apart, but I mean, it's expected on the defensive side of border. Hopefully they're able to continue to clean it up, but still lots of siege left to be played out. Hopefully we see some form of fighting back. Otherwise, I feel like this game is going to be soon to be done. Blackjack playing like never before. Aggressive and able to continue to isolate each and every gunfight they're given. They can continue at this pace. By no time, they'll have the series in their pockets and be the winners of the first season of the PACKRUNNERS League. If I'm not mistaken, the split is $700 to the first and $300 to the second. But that's money well deserved for the way that they've been playing out. Fisher, I'm still torn that Fisher lost on Layer, despite how experienced they are on that one map.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers' objective
It is
to
what it
locate
is,
a bomb and defuse it.
They're still able to continue with that pressure. There's still so much left to do. I hope that there's a form of fighting back. Otherwise, if we get to 3 or 4 rounds with no response, then I fear this could be the end of the series with little to no opposition. Bees are having little to no impact in the series so far, being shut out on the castle and the Goyo. First to second pick each and every time, but I've seen them play before. I know what they're capable of. It just needs to be done in a timely manner. Otherwise, it's just going to be all for nothing.
Reload.
Boots opens it up by getting rid of Bomb, and I don't know where this team has come from, but they are playing so aggressively. They're ready to get each and every job done, regardless of what it requires of them. Pressure just amounting on every other area of the site, but finally they're able to get a refrag. Franklin will fall, but back up to getting tied. There's still lots of siege left to be played out here. It's all about that next pick that comes in. Pressure kind of initializing for these players, and finally, Fisher give themselves the man advantage. They've finally broken open this Blackjack team that's been consistently terrorizing them in terms of the pressure. Needs to be followed up. They need to continue to keep their pressure. They need to continue to keep their foot on the gas. Otherwise, it's just going to be the two players that you expect to come back from the most. Just get aggressive and win their gunfights. Rush gets rid of their guns, leaving Mingo, the controller prodigy, in a 1vx situation. Haven't seen this since Nighthaven Labs. He was ultimately shut out on that map, but has the opportunity to go big or go home. Currently sitting at 3-0. Gets the first. Looking for that second. Does he know that there's a player behind him as they both scramble to just get out of his crosshairs? They'll give him upstairs, but they'll fall off eventually and give themselves that time. 35 seconds left on the clock, and you need to be able to separate these two players, but Beezer, the one and only, capitalizes off of the audio of the band sitting static and gets rid of Mingo. Finally, Fisher College are always ready, but finally on board, they're able to get themselves on the board. As we lose one of our players, we'll have to wait for them to get themselves in the lobby. We'll head on over to the beautiful, beautiful cinematics of nature behind you. Make sure to enjoy. We'll be back as soon as we can.
Got the faces, all is on.
We're back.
Attackers have located a bomb.
As you can see in the bottom right of your screen, the players are talking about what their final bans were because the third bans glitch out after a rehost. So, Azami is going to be the final ban, and Snake as well. Those are two players that will be vetoed to be used for the remainder of the game, used as a gentleman's agreement. Denari, Mira, Doki, and Ace are going to be showing as regular bans because the game is semi-working. For those of you who missed it before the break, it was 2 Blackjack rounds back-to-back in the second floor archive site, and then the following bathroom round was one out in a 2v1 situation where Mingo failed to win a 1vx, and it was a beautiful piece of coordination from the players at Fisher College.
Prepping needle. Going for a drive. RCE set. I'm reloading.
Now, this site has been very, very problematic for these players, considering how aggressive it has been for them. I mean, they haven't really been able to get the job done in terms of holding these Blackjack players at bay. But J Guns falling first is a good sign. I mean, Mingo's on Galley, which isn't common in a competitive game, let alone a grand final, but it is what it is. There is J Guns, and he's back up, and Mingo looking to play on the west balcony. Could be just lurking on the rappel, trying to get any lucky and lurking kills, but the fact that Boots has been allowed in the building for so long, godsend. Now, Monty is unextended because he knows that there's going to be a gunfight that arises soon with that shotgun from below. Now, the three-way pitch with the J-Guns as well allows you guys to walk into the site, but Bomb and Rush came up. Mingo watching that cross as a deep held across, and now you're trying to get that plant down. It's being held out perfectly. This is a site right now that Blackjack virtually hasn't lost yet. They're coordinated on each and every execute. They know what they're doing and how they want to do it. With Boots up here, he needs to see correctly. He should be able to take that Gumine out, and Mingo holding the same damn angle is able to find his second round kill, and Bomb now isolated into small office. It's an easy kill, an easy round, and there's the third for Blackjack as we're getting closer and closer to the halftime, and they're starting to clean house. If they can keep up the same trends, all they have to do is just win on another site, which will be Vent. Hopefully, it'll be better than their attack on the bathroom site, and it looks like Fisher College don't care if they're going back upstairs. I mean, what are these players cooking up here? And for Blackjack, gotta give credit where credit is due. They're a practice team. Franklin on your IGL and having Mad Dog as your coach. I mean,
Defenders
Where can it
protect
go
your bombs
wrong?
from being defused by
So
attackers.
beautifully coordinated. They're doing a great job at being able to continue to push the other team to the limit.
Placing a razor shell. Bench deployed. Reloading ammo. Surya in place. Shield going out.
10 seconds to go.
Laser gate in place.
All guns ready.
5 seconds remaining.
From razor blue.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Blackjack now looking to
Razor shell out.
right their wrongs and get the job done. Hopefully they're able to kind of establish some form of pressure in the 3-1. Not the scoreline I would have expected from this team, especially with the continuous back-to-back. But Fisher just not putting up a fight. I feel like this is the domain of a team like Blackjack, a very gunfight-oriented map that does require some form of setup, but still, among the smallest maps in the game, it's just so demanding, and it works out for them. I'm surprised that Fortress didn't make it through the bans or picked first, but here we are. Blackjack pushing for their 4th round, which could establish a large lead if they can get their 5th as well. But J Guns losing a good amount of health. It's looking very similar to that first round. Security yet to be opened up. Yet there's a long cross being held, and J Guns has the most powerful AR in the game. To get DMR at that range could be a little bit problematic, but you've lost Rush first after Mel gone. Bingo falling next isn't something you really expect with those long crosses being held. A perfect bait to get rid of Scoob, and that's Fountain opened up. Scoob's getting rid of that goo mine, and it all crumbles down yet again for these players. A little bit of an overheat from Blue, but it doesn't matter because he wins the gunfight with the P9. Absolute demolition of the Fisher team. Nothing is working out for them, as it's a 4-1 lead, and if they can find that 5th, it's safe to say this might be wraps for the entirety of the PACKRUNNERS series.
Attackers need to locate
Not what
and
these
defuse
players were
bombs.
expecting to happen, especially on a map like this. I mean, I'm assuming they knew it was going to be a little bit difficult to deal with, but not to this extent. They cannot find themselves in the building or holding on to this site whatsoever. But they've gone through 3 rounds of the same site, so they're able to unlock the only one they've been able to win. Now, 2 Athram wins is a very likely thing to happen, but knowing how Fisher has been playing in these recent rounds, I mean, anything is possible at this point in time.
Whoa, fortified!
10 seconds left.
Reloading!
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Interesting. Maybe they want to make it easier for the other team to win out. It looks like they're starting to troll as of now, or maybe. I was going to say maybe he was on to something, but he was met with a T5 to the teeth in about 5 seconds.
I'm ready.
Looks like this round is close to over, as Blackjack are down 2 bodies, less than 30 seconds into the round. 1 TK and 1 rush from McCallie. Maybe they want that 5th map. Maybe they want to give the people something. J Guns takes care of Beezer, and that opens up the vault in to allow Franklin to take this space, and with the shotgun at that close range, I mean, anybody who gets carried away will not have a good time. Now, J Guns carrying now the 2nd heaviest hitting AR in the game. Any wallbang, any bullet that connects could do wonders for his team in the future, especially with the util on hand here. But as I say that, I mean, a spray through the wall for 1 player in the 2nd, but J Guns meets the match and gets the 2nd done. 1 player remains on site, and that's why he'll just drop and try to isolate him. There's no way Blackjack are able to win a round that they've had to come back from 2 bodies and a troll. 0 cams being set up here to be able to approach anybody who flanks, and there's just no way. Going to allow 1 player to completely dissect our map. Now, Bomb needs to do the best to kind of reel it in. Now looking for those drones. He's gotten rid of one camera on vending, but doesn't know where that second one is. The red pings come out. Could be a little bit more of an issue than anticipated. But since Jay has so much time to work with, there's really not much that you can do but continue to bait the plant out here. The ping finally goes out. He has the intel. The question is from what, from where? There's a BP that is still up. That's giving those live pings. No Gone 6 remaining. Jay Guns knows he needs to isolate or go for a gunfight. I mean, there's really nothing that you can do but either try to stick it, as you've honestly lost the cameras that give you the upper hand, and bees are just taunting in the all chat. Bulletproof camera still giving those pings. There's still a task at being able to shoot the Claymore. Jay needs to make a decision here. It's just a bunch of ring around the rosy. I'm very confused as to what's going on here. Bomb still in good health, can take his time to shoot this Claymore, and oh my god, he is still going for it. A continuous ring around the rosy. Bomb has managed to waste a little over a minute here. Jay, do you know he's prone? You can't miss a bullet. Or you can... That is an interesting idea. That's a very anticlimactic ending. I have really no idea what was what was the idea there. What? I guess not. But Blackjack still have the 4-2 lead, so anything's possible at this point. They'll switch on over to the defense, and we're back up that we can see all of the full bands. Curious as to see what the idea is going to be here, as Aruni and Sabara will be the bands out, and no correlation in terms of ability to operator, so I'm just going to assume that it's because they both have ACOGs and Blackjack are a very aggressive team. Knowing that not a single ACOG has been brought except for Mingo on the ACOG, and for those of you who don't know, this is kind of a game before another game. In 3 days' time, these two teams will meet in Element. So, Tier 2 and 3 is going to be a interesting matchup if these guys lose on this map. Kind of interested to see how it'll play out. And as this game continues to kind of tick down, Blackjack continuously get better, but the trolling may be the end of them.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Lieutenant set. Banshee is ready. Swapping mags.
There's another ACOG. I didn't really see the boss G, but 4-way spawn peek, I mean, surely one. I didn't clarify one for who, but as the opening pick, the boss G rids half of Rush's health. Looking to get the job done. Both of your players are now gone that were trying to initially spawn peek, and all of 90 control is soon to fall. Now Lou gets a kill with the Razor Bloom in a flank that could have been the potential opening to something great.
This location
All crumbles apart in Blackjack. I told you the trolling could be the potential end of this team, as they cannot find anything. Now the drive-by gets rid of Bomb. Now the second Razor Bloom does nothing to the players, but you need to be able to isolate this player and Fountain. The fact that this Belusi has been able to get back to site without a scratch is honestly insane. But right now, Boots is putting in the effort. A lot left to do in this situation, but you've weakened the team. You get rid of Scoob. This is a very, very easy winnable 1v4 situation, especially with 2 impacts that will kill a Planter at this range. First flash comes in through. There's no external pressure quite yet. Still, lots of pressure coming through. That's that pressure in the backside ripped out. There's no way you guys throw this. This is a near 1v5 situation. The cross is being held deep by that prone player in 90, but again, the issue is going to consistently be there. The case is loose, and if you guys try to plant, there's just going to be an impact getting thrown at your face if you plant in the default area of A, Chassis. The main idea should be to plant in B, but the case is loose on the archive side of the map. One player getting aggressive onto the 90 side. J Guns getting into the all chat. It's all a mental game. Those impacts are scarce. One player takes the site, the other one takes a small off. It's all about a free fire, but a perfect pinch, honestly. They decided it was time to go for the kill, and almost a winnable situation in 5 boots, but still gets rid of it, and now it's been closed down to a 1-round deficit.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Loading you make!
Electroclaw is active.
All set. Ready deployed. Well reinforced.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Blackjack just kind of
Got to reload.
messing around those last 2 rounds. Can't be considered as serious, but hopefully they're able to lock in. Otherwise, we've seen leads thrown for much, much
5
less.
seconds left.
Hopefully they
God. Pinches.
Attackers are
continue to
heading out
keep their foot on the
defuse a
gas.
bomb.
Otherwise, this might be a little bit of an issue.
Reloading. Cover me.
First pick goes to Rush. I don't like to raise any bells, but this is starting to get concerning, as that's the 3rd round where we've seen a first pick given up quite easily. Little to no pressure, as now Fisher are starting to take as much pressure as they can and apply it. This is how it usually starts out for a team of their caliber. They know that a team like this is going to mess around, so they'll take each and every opportunity. Blackjack was on a good run, but these guys can't continue to keep their foot on the gas. This could be out a little bit faster than we expected. Lou trying to get lucky on that run out, but no one there. Minute burned off the clock and still nothing presenting itself. Rush opens it up and gets rid of Franklin after a little bit of dead silence. But the refrag finally comes through. Now Boots could get rid of Marm here, and from there you guys could start to team up and build back your defense. There's still so much left to do with 2 players that look to attack in from the outer archives area. It's gonna become an issue. The isolation from Bomb, he got him from below the second he turned on his scanner, and he floor bangs him.
Reload.
An easy, beautiful kill, an ingenious way to get rid of a roamer. Leaving 90 seconds left on the clock. Now Mingo gets rid of Beezer, reestablishing something that could have once been a lead. But right now, they're waiting for the calls to come up, and then from there they use the intel from the IQ to floor bang. Again, another ingenious way to get rid of that player. But now Boots is no longer in possession of a phone, and it won't be needed. A double kill from him and a double from Mingo is enough to get the job done, and Blackjack have snapped back into action because guess what? You fed them nothing but gunfights. An issue, but I mean, you have to give credit where credit is due. A team that's so resilient always deserves that win, and 1 round shy from that match point seems to be 3 back-to-back maps that play out the same exact way.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Boots just decides to call it a night, and the players aren't calling for a rehost. Are they calling for a rehost? Oh, he wanted. Oh, thanks, Mingo. Appreciate that. You see, that is what production loves, ladies and gentlemen. That is teams that are clear about what they want. If they win this, I'll lose my mind. I will lose my mind. Getting the job done in a 4v5? Aura. But going down a player, Marm needs to get on the board. I mean, she's been absolutely pivotal in the first couple of maps, even when the team has lost as a whole. Marm's been there to fight through thick and thin to keep this team in the game. So I sure do hope that he wakes up and gets the job done here.
Never went to fashion school.
Your stitching is incredible.
School is for people who prefer education.
I prefer.
Oh my god.
Pack repeat.
I hit the caster's curse. I'm sorry, Marm. If you watch this back, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen. Marm being the first pick as the ace is now lost. Ace for Ozami, a worthy pick, especially in a 4v5 situation. Could be a little bit of an issue. Wow, I feel horrible. Caster's curse does seem to be a real thing for those of you who have never seen it happen in real life. There you go. Now Lou having to deal with a lot of pressure, but now just resetting the phone here. The IQ is not below him, so we're giving a little bit of time to work with. A minute burned off the clock, and looks like an execute onto the site window is the main idea. Lou eating the payload because denying verticality is just so important to do. First and foremost. Time just continuously clicks down. Mingo meets Rush with a TCSG to the teeth, but bomb rids Lou. Again, it's just that one-man advantage. Now that plant looks to go down. Mingo also eats the payload as well. The plant goes down, but verticality could mean a lot if you get rid of a player that sits upstairs. Mingo gets rid of one, and now it's Franklin on site to try to get the job done. Not much that you can do in this situation, but it's a valiant effort if you just cannot get it done. An easy round. That's how it's done. We go into another one-round advantage. 5-4, Blackjack still keep the lead and hopefully have their own player back as they're still one round short of match point. He's still not back. We'll figure out what's going on with Boots. We'll see what's going on. We'll get the players situated, and we'll be back as soon as possible. we're back. I mean, Booth's PC decided to, you know, just get a quick little update going in. If anybody who ever watched Space Force, effing Microsoft is the meme I'm thinking of right now. Back to it. As we continue to approach the ending of our game, lots of things have happened throughout this entire series.
10 seconds remaining.
For those of you who don't know, this is the 4th map out of 5 potential maps if
5 seconds to
Blackjack lose. But Marm not having the best of games, as I've accidentally cursed her twice now. I'm just going to stop talking about her in general. We had Annika sub out for Beezer as there was a flight to catch, and first 2 maps it was very consistent teamwork from her on the Thermite to get all walls open. That's okay. That's how it's supposed to be played out, and that's what we expect. Now, as this continues to be an issue, I was going to say first picks have been an issue for Blackjack the last couple of rounds, but not this one apparently, as Beezer goes down first. Say goodbye to your soft breach, and this isn't one of those where you'll have one of the first fraggers gone. There's that second as Marm falls as well, and it's all starting to crumble down, but Bomb gets that refrag. Bomb gets rid of, again, another, I mean, it's just Bomb, man. It's just always Bomb. 11-3 within the server. I think broken double digits on all 3 maps now.
My location. Wait.
Now Assault on Radar does come loose to try to get rid of these players. This site is on the mid floor, and I think this is the first vent site we've seen. So much left to be done. Pivotal position. Do they know what? Bomb the King, apparently. Wallbang after he heard a toe move, and it's a player rid of, and now we're up to a 2v3. Blackjack have lost the lead. The plant looks to go down here. Deny it. Somehow that's not a headshot, even though it's being directly shot at, and what a turnaround. Fisher have managed to bring it back around, using 2 bodies in the first couple of seconds in the round, and now being able to bring it back. The final kill being delivered onto Mingo JCE, as now we're back up to a deadlock, and Blackjack, this could be the moment where you guys need to start counting your chips. You had a 2-round lead, and now it's no longer here. You need to lock in and get the job done, otherwise this could be an issue.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
The most controversial site we've seen so far in this series, the Uppermost Archive site. One of those that is curious as to how it'll be held. We saw it from Fisher being held in a very default way, but for them, they just got picked apart because of how aggressive this team was. I'm curious as to see how it'll look on the other side.
Time to redecorate.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds to go. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So, you're a big shot, huh?
Roger that.
Loading the mag.
Now Mingo looking to get first pick. You just got Proxy as the bait. So nothing there. Boots managing to barely cling on to life, and B's just deciding to leave. But we're beyond 45 seconds in the round, so I don't think a rehost is eligible at this point in the game. Bomb, the obvious contender for best player of the tournament, currently sits at 13-3. Dude, do I have like a cursed speech? I say it's a player's name and they die within the next 10 seconds. got a death note, but with a voice. Bomb falls, as it was a well-needed effort to keep him alive, but the C4 had him dead to rights, a 3-on-all. Rush following up again. I mean, Fisher just continued to bring it back from absolutely nothing, and BLACKJACK just can't find a response. But, I mean, he's on an ace. Fisher College looked to push to a 5th map after this being their 3rd consecutive in a row, bringing it back from a situation they haven't been able to. Whether it's a 2v5, a 2v4, they're still here to fight, and it's evident in their gameplay. A 1v3 is now Franklin's duty to try to bring it back and give his team the match point, or we're going to need overtime if BLACKJACK want to take it in 4. Wow, this is the Fisher I didn't think we would see today. They're finally starting to wake up, and BLACKJACK falling asleep at the wheel.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
BLACKJACK, they've been sitting at 5 rounds for quite some time now. If I'm not mistaken, since round 7. Fisher College with a comeback that nobody really expected, but they locked in magically, and right now BLACKJACK have no response for it. It's multiple 2v4s, 2v5s that they've established where they get themselves 3 easy kills and they just cannot finish the last 2. Clear issue that they need to be able to address on the fly, otherwise this game's going to be over quite easily.
10 seconds left.
Hopefully we see something a little bit better, otherwise this could be the
5
end of
seconds
something
to go.
great. But as of
Bomb
now,
located
they
by
just focus
attackers.
on the present, as
Attackers are
they could
heading out
force
to defuse
OT.
the
It's
bomb.
something we saw all the way back on Nighthaven Labs, which, if you guys can't imagine, was 3.5 hours ago, where we went to 7-7 OT to try to get the job done here for BLACKJACK. The last couple of maps have been a cakewalk, but this one seems to have been their biggest problem, which is a little interesting considering it's their most playstyle fitting map. It's very gunfight oriented, it's very aggressive, and right now they just can't do either.
I'm clear.
Be patient.
We have eyes nearby.
Reinforcing wall.
Shock low online.
Reloading!
All quiet as of now, as both teams just go to the drawing board on what the main idea here is. Now Scoob opens it up on getting rid of Lou again. Homers have just not been there for BLACKJACK. It's just been crumbling apart each and every single time. Right now, hopefully we see something to give themselves a little bit of grace, and Mingo is going to be that grace. He'll get the C4 kill onto Bomb, but now has to deal with 2 players that are in offices and getting aggressive. Booth will get rid of the first. Now Mingo's isolated temporarily as that fire extinguisher goes off. Back to reset. Marm onto Boots has finally broken open the curse. First kill of the game after 11 rounds. And it comes in the perfect time as your team needed it to even out the scoreline. After pushing through offices, Mingo has a gunfight to pursue. It isn't one out here. If he doesn't stay alive, this entire section of the site will crumble and he'll need it, but he'll prevail, and that means verticality is temporarily saved, but Marm is on the other side of lockers waiting for somebody to make that mistake, and Scoob is lurking. Not much that he can do, especially with the case loose and with Marm as well. A little bit of a difficult position to be in with one player that's soft roaming and the other two looking to pinch that player that's upstairs. Need to win your gunfight, but will fall into customs. Now Marm hits a double goo that gives the initialization that somebody's walked into the site. What are we going to be able to do? Mingo will shut them out is exactly what. And now a 1v3 situation where Scoob is blocked out of sight. Now winning the first and alleviating the pressure that comes in horizontally. Now the vertical pressure is going to be the next point of air that you're going to have to clear out here. The case is a ways away. With 3 points of vertical pressure, there's not much you can do. Mingo triple kill to get the job done here, and OT it is for the second time this series. Border lies in the hands of these players. For Fisher, it's the difference between going to a map 5 and going home in second place. And for Blackjack, it's just 2 rounds that stand in between them and winning the entire season.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Do not attempt to board the helicopter. ستقوم مروحية للإجلاء الطبي بإجلاء الأشخاص المصابين. لا تحاول الصعود على متن المروحية.
Shell going out.
Now, Scoob is going to go a band operator that had to be verbaled due to the rehost that we've had to have.
5 seconds remaining.
Quick throw!
Looks like they're just going to
Attackers
forgive
are
to
moving
forget
out to
as
locate a bomb and defuse it.
you had boots on Snake a couple of rounds back.
Throwing the razor blue.
Lion being used for the first time in a couple of rounds here. Curious as to see if these kibos will be used or not, if they'll respect the veto or not.
Razor shell out.
But the util that she provides, both passive and crucial, don't think will be allowed for the entirety of the round, which, welcome to Siege. Rehosts don't work.
Let's proceed slowly.
Now, Mingo could be a very big problem for this team if he can successfully walk in. He's burned off the util in his path. If he can lurk inside, then could be a very bad issue. And as you can tell, I mean, 1 and 2 both go in the favor of Blackjack as they'll get rid of a win con. Well, I'm really not having a good game. Now 5 and 3. Not much to really do in this type of situation except for fight back on the most essential part of the map. And he'll lose Beezer on Sui, but not before he'll take care of Jay with him. 2 players now in critical positions where they need to win the gunfight. So unfortunate that you have to deal with that Monty first that gives up your location and pinches you into a really bad spot. You approach 90 seconds and you can't really go anywhere without that cross being held. The bomb successfully making it out. Jay Guns kind of lost, not using the E1D. Now, Sight being held down as both players have come back to hold out. But still so much pressure. If one of them just makes the wrong mistake, it does really turn into a pseudo 2v2 as long as that Monty tries to put that case down. But you see that one player, you see the outline as they lurk towards the hatch. The question is it open? No hard breaches, and anyone who's dead as well, they didn't have hard breaches. But apparently there's enough pressure to add on from Catwalk. Boots looks to put that plant down, and Franklin will deliver the final blow onto bottom metal before it's even needed. Blackjack advance on to the match point after a couple of shaky rounds, and it could be right here that they win the entirety of the league. They'll finish off on the defense, the thing that they've struggled with the most. They'll head on over to ventilation, and this could be that round that decides what it is they'll do to get the job done. Hopefully it's enough in the tank to not push it to 7-7.
Attackers need to
One
locate
round and it's
defuse
over.
bombs.
See how they'll play it.
Changing mix.
If you need immediate medical attention, inform the border agent or come to the medical tent.
Benji deployed.
نحن نعد قائمة طبية للحجر الصحي.
Dropping mag.
احتجنا إلى رعاية طبية فورية. توفير واحدا من أحد الحدود.
Reloading ammo.
القائمة الطبية بمجرد إخلاء المنطقة.
Artilla, ready for
by attackers. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Loading your mag.
Looks like Mingo is going to get back on that spot that was the biggest issue for the players last round, where they just couldn't clear the man in offices. See how that plays out. Bomb kind of flying into the building, but losing a good majority of the HP really early on. Cannot afford to die this early, otherwise it's catastrophic for the integrity of the Fisher team.
All clear at my book. Specchio sensor on the left.
Bomb still very low, regardless of the lurk and what's going to happen here. Blackjack needs to find first blood, and it's the cherry on top that they got rid of the player that was 100 HP and the one that could help get rid of certain issues. Bomb still very low, but the fact that he's alive means a lot to the integrity of this team, considering the highest fragging player by a large margin that's left alive. Beezer gets rid of Boots, and we're back out to even as we approach 90 seconds. Keep in mind that this site is on the first floor, so a player can just decide to fall back down and play through, and no one would mind them. Franklin, by a hair, is able to sneak back in, but has to deal with two players. It looks like a full reset's going on. They're most likely just going to beeline it into the site. The Clutch drone gets rid of all of the main utility. Jay goes down and gets finished off by Bees. You need a refrag. That's exactly what you'll get. But what? He thought he was down. So did I. Baits it. Not enough to say anything. And a 2v4 with Mingo left last alive upstairs. Franklin on site. He needs to be able to win 3 individual gunfights. Can't shut out the first and is barely left alive. It's easy for Scoop to get it done. Franklin hits Boots on ground and needs to isolate here. No C4, which means needs to swing. Can't even get rid of the first, and we need all 15 to decide. We need Clubhouse. This is over soon. They left it to the very last moment to get the job done. And Bees are quoting Adele singing Skyfall as this is the round they desperately need to push. An interesting approach to how this will play out, but let's see how it'll go out.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Bathroom will be the deciding round, as for Fisher, it's a power spot, considering this was their only round in the first half of the game where they managed to win.
Putting the shell in play.
They need to be able to keep their foot on the gas, and this is where it'll be done. They're able to do it.
Loading mag!
10 seconds to go.
I'm intrigued to see how this will play out.
5 seconds to go. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
According to Muzzy, we are the breaching buddies. What? No, we're not. Don't do that. Loading new magazine!
One map stands in between Fisher and the championship. You need to be able to cinch it right here and now. Knowing how you guys play this out, you need to keep Bomb alive, and same with Beezer. Scoob and Rush just do whatever they want, but they also have their utility placed down. It opens up very well, getting rid of Jay Guns first. Could be pushing again. They just need one more, and they're there. Fought this hard, they might as well just push the final mile. And for Blackjack, this is just causes for concern. knowing how they've been playing out these last couple of rounds. Minute burned off to the clock and losing your soft breacher, not ideal, but you still have your spear entry and your shield op. Have to be able to work with what you have. Rush going down at very low HP and still managing to survive, but still 3 players on the vert is the bigger issue to deal with here.
Reloading.
Rush finding boots as well. The Monty's down. This could be the end. This could be the start of Clubhouse just being edged towards us. Not much anybody can do here, and Rush going nuclear on his map. Finally shut out by 1 player, but verticality established and the site opened up as well. I highly doubt anything can happen as long as that vert will stay up. Ningo in a pivotal spot. If he can get rid of 1 player in sight, just 1, that causes cause for concern and forces some players to come back. But Ningo also knows how important it is that there's a player upstairs waiting to get their hands on dirty. Lou gets rid of bomb on the backstab and rotates all the way back to grab the case as well. Gets kind of 2 birds with 1 stone here. Waiting for a flank that's not there. They know there's somebody upstairs. They know that hatch is open. If they can just funnel in and get rid of these players that sit on the first side of the site, this could be the ending of the hold if you can try to get that plant down. But Scoob capitalizing. There's 2 players on that vert, and it looks like that wasn't information that was known. Lou will be able to clutch this out. He'll get rid of 1. No claymores. Looking to plant. Question is his gun reloaded? Where is he planting? There's 1 going around, the other one completely flanking. Lou needs to be able to win it out. It's the down, and that means we need Clubhouse to decide the winner of this series. Blackjack choked their lead. It wasn't by a great margin, but it was their map, and they choked it. Something they needed to happen. Something needs to change for them, but the sub comes in, gets the job done here, and that means we need another map. The second OT of the day where Fisher takes it an 8. Not the outcome you're expecting on a map that literally straight prioritizes gunfights over anything else. I mean, Border goes to Fisher College, which now means we're at 2 maps apiece. 1 remains, and Blackjack need to get their affairs straight, otherwise Fisher is coming knocking. Leave a follow if you're enjoying. We'll be back as soon as possible. Grab a quick refresher. We'll be back in, let's say, under 5 minutes.
Like you did it.
The fifth map. It's been a long journey, ladies and gentlemen. We started at, I think, 3 p.m. EST, and we've gone all the way until Element has started. PACKRUNNERS Season 1 Grand Finals, the fifth map, Blackjack versus Fisher College. 2 games where Fisher has taken it 8-7 in OT, and Blackjack has won both of their games 7-4. It's been an entertaining half, but that means one map remains. Regardless of what happens, there can only be one winner. And that map is Clubhouse. A beautiful map, and it has absolutely been a long journey to get us to this point in the game, but the long and beloved. I mean, who doesn't love Clubhouse? One of the maps of all time, or you know what, I was gonna make fun of it, but one of the best maps of all time. It's just very loved, it's very, very known, and it's a very staple way to play it. People love it. I love it. It's an entertaining game to watch, and knowing how both of these teams have been going neck and neck for the last 5 hours, you can only assume that they still want to get the job done. The question is, do they have enough left in the tank to get it done? Beezer being the only exception, considering he was subbed last map for Annika, who's had to go catch a flight. Other than that, all of these players have been in the same lobby for close to 5 hours now. That's a lot of siege, and for those of you watching, you're probably tired by this point in the game. Hopefully they're able to kind of seal the deal. Blackjack has fought a lot to win it in regulation, but Fisher College has fought tooth and nail to win in OT on maps that were theirs and weren't theirs. I mean, it's a lot to think about, but it's still a very large point in time to get this job done. But we're waiting on one player to load in, and then from there, we'll get everybody situated and have a game for you guys on our hands. Finally, we come back and the game is underway. Map 5. This has been a long time coming. Both teams have fought tooth and nail to get to this point in time. Hopefully there's a light at the end of the road for whoever wins this, because I mean, 5 hours of straight grinding. Goddamn, I'm even feeling it at this point. Trying not to yawn. I've had like 2 monsters, they've passed through me, but that's besides the point. Clubhouse plays as probably the not easiest map, but the most known map to play out of. It's known, it's recognized. There's really a couple of ways to play it. I mean, there are some interesting ways to not play it and lose, but I mean, it's a pretty known map. It's probably one of the oldest in the Pro League pool. Despite its rework all those years ago, it's still very known and it's very loved for the same reason. Even though it does like slightly prefer the defenders, it's still majorly preferred by both teams to be a little bit more of a balanced map if they can attack it correctly. Now for Blackjack, considering they had the better round differential, being able to win 2 games in regulation, they've now gotten the pick of sides, and they've picked out on the attacking, and I'm going to assume defensive OT. Should be an interesting game.
Seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Scoob opening it up by getting rid of boots is a way to get this opened up here. Looking to get the job done, but first pick is just going to stay that way. You've now lost your only soft breacher to double down. Becomes a little bit more problematic. Hopefully you're able to find that refrag within the same, let's say, minute. Otherwise it becomes a little bit more of a problem, and they'll do you even one better. They'll find two. You're not using those death marks to the best of your ability. Through having everything to support the solo individual exploration of opening up all the hatches. I mean, you have the Habana, but more focused on the kitchen bar area. Lou opening up that blue side, that's two different venues of pressure. Vulcan need to be popped in this minute, otherwise there'll be a little bit more going to do with the later stages of the round. Now Lou, have my eyes set on him, considering he's been an impact in every single map that we've seen. Sometimes not having the best of games as his teammates, but still always an impact in terms of bringing the right utility. And even in a gunfight, not a single player is focused on the entrance from Blue. Everyone's more focused on the kitchen entrance. Distraction could work out, especially with Scoop now gone. Blue is so easy to walk in from. I mean, Azami sees the player walk in boxes, but as long as Mingo just stays alive here, it really just doesn't matter on what happens, because Luke can hit the easy lurk, and there's a double from him. A beautiful opening round to give Blackjack an opener. Maybe they do attack better than they defend as they continue to keep themselves in and throughout each and every round. They've prepped themselves so when they go upstairs to gym and bedroom, or when they have to attack it, there's not a lot of utility they have to deal with that's a pain. I mean, you could have the Denari, you could have the castle, yes, correct, but they're all manageable. Kaid and Mira become the two biggest struggle points to have, and when you have a Deimos that can go in from below and just floor bang players, it starts to become your benefits in throughout each and every round.
Reinforcing wall!
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Retrieved.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Loading new magazine.
Denari is underrated in terms of where to bring him. I mean, on Clubhouse, it's one of those players that you can bring in terms of holding down the windows or having it just on the doors. Or you can do both and have one prism connected to the floor and the others connected on the walls and send them through all three windows at once. And if they've done it correctly, you'll see it as we either spectate Denari or somebody in the site. For Franklin, though, I mean, being able to bring thermites is so easy because no longer need an Ace or a Habana. You could bring them just for comfort to use 2 pellets on each castle, but I mean, the fact is you can get all 3 breaches with 1 person. But sometimes on flat breach, you don't want to use a full breach, rather 6 pellets on the ground. What is Bomb doing? The Prodigy for the last couple of maps just got caught lacking, and Easy opener for the team of Blackjack as they look to this dissect all of Crash quite simply. Overheated on the first rush, gets one. The res needs to come through right now. He needs to win that gunfight, gets carried away and loses that lead, but Beezer's here. Big Beez is there for the job now. Jay Guns doesn't know there's another player, but Franklin saves the day from disaster. Now Marm, left and con, a very winnable situation on their hands, but so much left to do, especially with the external pressure of Franklin. Walks in through Jacuzzi, could have another issue, but Marm being that player that I always compliment and know can have that job done. Didn't have the greatest of times on border, but if there was a spot or place to do better, it'd be right here. Robbed of that headshot, but the flash paired up with that 5.56. Make no mistake, will always take your head off. And there's that second round for Blackjack as they're starting to heat up and looking to take a full cycle of attacks.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Deploying explosive ordnance.
Camera in position.
Vulcan set up and ready to blow. Vulcan offering coordinates now.
Ten seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Well secured.
You can stop worrying about grenades.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
We head down to the basement, one of the more chaotic sites for Fisher here. I mean, you know what they're capable of. You know, each and every one of their players is more than capable of putting on a performance. Maybe a slower start here, but he just needs to be better throughout the entirety of this game. Otherwise, maybe a little bit of a struggle.
Reloading. Cover me.
Get the job done. On short notice, especially if Blackjack can take the lead. It's something we saw on layer where we expected Fisher to win their rounds out on defense, but they struggled to do it, and by the time they managed to wake up, when they swapped sides, it just kind of was out of their control, and they lost possession of anything they could have taken, and that was what led to the downfall. Now Mingo opening it up onto Rush, and seems like the prophecy is being fulfilled. It's the starting of Border all over again, where we just see one person completely fall, and the domino effect, which usually happens against Blackjack, but right now it's just Fisher to lose their minds. Finally, they're starting to wake up. 2 back-to-back picks. Now Bomb looking to keep it green for them. The frag comes through, but a revolver via the P26, it's just not going to work out for you. As job well done to clear out the roamers. One left. Scoop sits in lounge, and his teammate backs him up. They're on motorcycles, but Marm falls back down. Jaeger will stay upstairs. Could have something for him in secret. Franklin saw the panic in the mouse as he shakes and tries to run as fast as possible, but there's nothing there. A 1v3 situation is finally Fisher College looked to break into their first round and break that streak of pace from Blackjack. They keep their foot on the gas to keep it true. One player coming up secret narrowly avoids death, but will continue to contest it using the shadows. Boots takes care of Marm, and there's one player in garage itself that will wallbang and get that job done. Beezer stays patient. In a bullet hole is how he gets the kill. I would not be happy if that's how I died, but it's the details that matter in a best of 5, and that's exactly what I mean by endurance could be running low. There's that round. Blackjack lose their first.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
CC being the first of its kind is an interesting hold by Fishers. It's an attempt to kind of disrupt the pacing of Blackjack. They still have the Bandit, they still have Castle and a Zombie. I mean, this is more than equipped to be a good site. It just needs to be played out correctly if they want to be able to get the job done here.
Proximity alarm deployed. Set device!
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left.
Keep our position.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Loading new mag!
Shot gun going live.
Charge in position.
Activating drone.
All quiet on the west as both teams just go to do what it is they do best, which is just take their sweet old time to get the walls open, get things done, and continue to address that site head on. Now 30 seconds burned off and nothing crazy as of now. You hear the Bandit trick going on in the back and continue to add in that pressure.
Magnet deployed.
Look to keep their foot on the gas to the best of their ability. 1 minute burned off the clock and nothing crazy as of now. I mean, there's still continuous time of running that clock down. Having Castle alive on the first floor is probably the most important part of the site setup. Just needs to be delivered with the slow patience that they do. First blood, a skew will fall, roaming. I mean, that's what happens when the intel gets the better of you. Bomb. Sort of Franklin, though. Doing a very good job of being able to run that time down. But losing lounge control next could be the very pivotal spot that's very, very lethal. Lou one-taps the player and gets the job done. It's beautiful. Two players now down and out for Fisher. And only a one-man advantage, but make that 2 and 3. Mingo opens up all of Garage, and Lou was there to open it up and close it out. Blackjack reestablished their 2-round lead after taking CC by storm. Not that round that you kind of want to see happen. You have 2 left on the defense, and I think at this point you've almost lost every site, or actually you've won 1 site and lost 3. Not where you want to be at this point in the game, but as you approach the end, this is where it kind of makes or breaks your team. Are you going to be able to prevail or not?
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Deploying jammer.
Lieutenant set. Banshee is ready.
Loading new mag.
Going back to CC, no Denari this time.
Initiating jammer.
Now, they lost a good amount of pressure in CC and Cash. Their gym pressure wasn't bad at all, but I mean, holding down gym as a site, it's very important that you keep one part of the map locked down, whether it be Logi, whether it be an extension into construction or Cash. It's really important, but when you're overheating, you lose one player, you decide to swing and give 4 more bodies up, then that's where you kind of find the issues happen. So hopefully something's brought back here. Otherwise, this could be a little bit of a disaster for this team.
Jammer ready. Changing mag.
Reloading! Cover me!
Loading new mag.
Starting shock drone.
First pick opens up as Lou will fall, but instantly responded. Franklin goes big for 2 and 3. Where has he managed to find that outside the building? Plat breach, they feed him. He's opened up the entire map now. This is what I meant. You guys can't overheat after getting just one kill. J-Guns follows it up, a near flawless round if Beezer can't find a kill. Flanking, as you see, a silhouette lurking in the backside of Logi, now going to Khan, but has that gas pipe if they know. This is lights out for him. Mingo knew. Beezer gets fed too. Hold on. But Franklin is there for his 4th of the round. Blackjack is skipping through. They're flying through each and every one of these rounds with ease.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Setting Vulcan.
Kiba positioned.
Well fortified. No reinforcements complete.
Jammer ready.
Basement, the site that Blackjack looks to take by sweep. This could be the one that differentiates the beginning and the end of the series. As if they take this one, they're 1 round shy away from that match point, and take that next, then you know what that means. It's just over in terms of
10 seconds
entire game and
remaining.
series.
Explosive ordnance out in prime. Initiate jammer.
5 seconds to go.
Reloading. Cover me.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Deploying jammer.
Activate deploy.
Now Lou with the silent lurk, and it's successful as he finds one already. Just too easy for him to get the job done. It's just so easy for these players. They're always just so ready to get the job done, and flying into action, it just really feels like Fisher College have lost the spark that we once seen. Now Marm gets a kill, but they know exactly where she is. It doesn't matter. She'll get the second. Franklin on the Beezer in the meantime to even things out. Bomb has to come down main. The two-way cross being held. They need to get rid of Rush if they want to hold it. Now Marm needs to be able to win the gunfight to open up Church, but nope. Jay is going to win it. Falls back because he knows he has the case and he's the healthiest player for his team currently. Blitz still staying alive, and Bomb now eating the sneak. No impact, so it's going to be a very gunfight-oriented post-plant situation. Jay looking lost, and that field off knows what the idea is. Will pop the Vulcan canister, and there's no rotate. There's nowhere you can go except for the main hall or eat it. You're fully healthy, so it is very viable to do so. Trying to catch the Blitz off guard. No go. The two-man pinch. Somehow Bum escapes that. Trying to one-tap, but doesn't have enough bullets to turn it into material. A big issue as now it's all crumbling down for Fisher. They fought so hard to get here, but Blackjack takes a 4-round lead before the half. We go into the ban phase, and again, not a single timeout has been called across 5 hours. I mean, it has to kind of go into the coach's heads or someone's head that maybe this is what we need to kind of take this home. Otherwise, it's just going to be the same thing of struggling throughout each and every round. Hopefully it changes out. Otherwise, this could be a little bit of an anticlimactic ending to a barn burner from the beginning. Now, as the time continues to run down, Blackjack take 4 rounds back to back, but we go to the switch. That
Attackers
very,
need to locate and
very,
defuse as many bombs as they
very,
can.
very non-efficient defensive side for either team. I feel like attack has only been the strong points for either side. Other than that, it's been a little lackluster, except for that barn burner we saw in Nighthaven. Other than that, a lot of teams have been struggling with the attack in this series, and honestly, I understand. It's a little bit annoying to deal with.
Reload.
5 seconds remaining.
Enjoy the view.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Cell reloading.
Lou looking to win that first gunfight. A shield op getting taken care of this early in the round could be pivotal, but for him, he knows how important it is to just get out of there. Mingo gets rid of the soft breacher. Allows Lou to take more time. Bomb using a good majority of his health. Not really the best of situations you want to be in. Bomb holding a very heavy angle to make sure no one gets carried away and watches a single shot. Now, the first shield op taken care of. Say goodbye to the second. This 5v2. Soon to be one if this Nomad can't win the gunfight. Mom falls, especially with the case as well. It could be the ending of Clubhouse as Beezer is forced into dirt, getting chased down and hawked down by Franklin. They're beelining it at this man. They do not want him alive. Can't even get the first as Jay gets him flying out of the window, and we head on over to the match point of the series.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Replica deployed.
Reloading. Surias in place.
We head on over to Jim
No time to wait.
bedroom to decide the winners of PACKRUNNERS Season 1, or if it's going to go for another round, but
Loading mag.
it's gonna...
Well secured.
10 seconds left.
Hasn't been a barn burner for this
5
map. It's
seconds
been
to
very
insertion.
one-sided. Hopefully we'll see a little bit of change soon
Attackers
on,
are
but
moving out to locate a bomb
not
and
very,
defuse it.
not very hopeful for something like that, considering how one-sided Clubhouse has really been. It's a little surprising, considering the entirety of the series. We've played very lopsided maps in terms of sides, except for, you know, Nighthaven being the exception. It hasn't been this crazy of a scoreline.
Reloading! Guard, it's on. Let's cause some chaos. Breaching sequence activated.
Swapping mags!
This area is hostile. RC, time to ring some ears. Changing mags!
Now Loot flies out. Oh my god. It's just crumbling down. I mean, there's nothing left for this team. There's absolutely nothing to say. It's just crumbling apart. What a shot by Scoop. I mean, somehow, some way, they've been able to turn it back, but Franklin puts himself in a 1v1. The very unhealthy bomb. Really the 6 KD within this server. Only really one place you can go, especially with that gas pipe salt on radar. You know exactly where he is now. There's 3 avenues he can chase. The head holes, run into Jim, or watch you from main. And it looks like first he's been exhausted, and there's the second. Dislate bomb wants to get rid of that Yuko. Continues to overclock that salt on radar. Just a continuous back and forth. There's no case in the rotate. It's skewed. You can't get past it. You finally hit the vault prompt, something that Franklin was looking for this entire time. The CMR, make no mistake, take one shot of damage from it, it's over. That's exactly what'll happen. Congratulations to Blackjack as your PACKRUNNERS Season 1 champions. They'll take it on home, and we're gonna go home now, finally. If it hasn't been fun, ladies and gentlemen, close to 5 hours of straight gameplay, you'll finally see Blackjack take it home. I mean, wow, it has been a long journey. For those of you who don't know, that's been my co-caster, Casper the Friendly Ghost. I've been Zeno, your caster, producer, and for the first map, observer, but we had K.Rex hop on in and save us for the remainder of the series. I couldn't have done it without him. Thank you to our TOs for helping us out. Thank you to Patch for being able to keep those lickies updated. And thank you to you guys for watching this beautiful esport. It's been a great time. It's been a pleasure. I've had so much fun being able to do this. Make sure to leave a follow if you guys have enjoyed. Make sure to hit a congratulations toward the Blackjack players and a GG's towards the Fisher College players, as those guys are no joke to be messed with. They'll head on over to Element in 3 days to play against Blackjack yet again, so hopefully we'll be able to get there and get back then. We'll see you guys in the next one. Have a great day, and we'll see you guys sometime in the future, hopefully.